Alright, I believe we are now live. I believe we're live now. Apologies. Well, actually, I'm running early, so I don't really need to apologize to anyone. Baltimore Heathrow tonight is the plan. Yeah, let's get into it. I was dealing with some brief. Apparently, all this time when I've been saying it's been a full flight, apparently, what I had in SimBrief for our maximum passenger quantity has been wrong, which I do agree with, right? The 777-200 is not limited to 300 passengers, no, it's limited to about 320. News guy was saying that it should be capable of 323 passengers, right? Not 292, right? And so I was just kind of trying to figure that out. But anyway, it's all good now. Our flight plan is filed. We have everything right. Yeah, we are all good to go. We're all good for our flight over to Heathrow. Flight plan filed and everything, all taken care of. TSAT time for Baltimore is 3:10 Zulu. But the nice thing is, we are estimating an arrival. So SimBrief estimates that our air time is going to be about 6 hours, which means that's looking around 4 a.m. Right, and I have us loaded up with extra fuel, so. But anyway, enough faffing about. Let's go ahead and work on getting this wonderful 777-200 up and running. We do need to work on we have the adherers on, good. Emergency lights armed. Tell you what, yeah, let's get the AP running now. 119, 400 in the box, as that is our Baltimore CTAF frequency. It does not appear that we have any. Actually, holy shit, I'm not seeing any ATC up. That would be rare. That'd be a first for a Saturday night. Holy. Well, that's why. Holy, East Coast is almost completely dark. The East Coast is almost completely dark tonight. That is a very, very big first. And it's a Saturday fucking night, so. Holy. That is a first. East Coast is completely dark. Alright, there we go. Comms are set. Alright, so let's go ahead and get the FMC set up. FMC posit and to copy over that GPS position. We are at Kilo Bravo Whiskey India Airport, Baltimore, of course, and we are. I don't think it's gonna pick up the gate, but we can try it out. No, it's not. No, it won't. I find that this thing really does not like when, yeah, I find that this really does not like when, you have the gate, but it doesn't, or when the gates have, like, letters in front of them, right? So here at Baltimore, it's, like, Echo 1, right? Rather, at, like, Heathrow, it's, like, 535 or whatever. So, anyway, route, request that from SimBrief. Baltimore Heathrow, set to payload, set to fuel, select route. Yeah, our zero fuel weight is quite high today. So we will, actually, SimBrief consistently told me that we are today we are limited by our maximum 9 weight. So route uplink. All right. What are the winds? What are the winds? We can route. You can activate that route. Execute that. All right. What what is everything looking like? No wind, so in that case we'll take departure. Runway. Actually, what is it in real life then? We have Delta. Survived. What is it in real life then? What's the ATIS in real life? Actually, the ATIS in real life would be more useful because it gives us runway condition codes. Alright. Baltimore information, whiskey current at time 254 Zulu. Actually, that was only a few minutes ago. Nice. Surface wind, column 8 statute minus visibility. View at 130. Overcast 180.
Baltimore traffic, Delta 1415, clear, runway 23 right, Baltimore.
You took 33, right? Holy. Temperature -1, dew point -2, altimeter 3010. Let's go ahead and get that set then. 3010. I'm developing a slight headache. Oh dear. Alright. Notice air. Yeah, departing runways 28 and 33 right. Alright, well that gives us the runway. So, come in here and 28 via the Dupkin 1 Ross. So we are on. Execute that. And then we can throw the arrival for Heathrow in now. Nugra to hotel. FMC com wind. Wrong one. Uplink. We can go ahead and actually no. We need to go in here first. Route performance in it. Accept the performance in it. Yeah, our zero fuel weight for today is 186 tons, which usually that's what we're landing with. So I think we are. This may very well be the first time ever that we're doing this properly in the 772. So thrust limit. All right, what does SimBrief say? SimBrief knows we are. Quite heavy, so it's not exactly any wind to help us. Somehow it recommends flaps 5, but we will not be doing that. Flaps 20. Yeah. Oh wait, that's stupid. I think everyone knows at this point in time that I absolutely 100% hate improved climb. It's like, I'm sorry, it's useless. It's like it takes an extra 5 milliseconds to get to the point where you can climb nice and steeply. It's like, I'm sorry, improved climb is stupid. I'm sorry. Alright, that gives us some good news. I mean, that margin, wish it could be, that margin could have been a little higher, but I mean, it's fine. So, let's see. Take off, sim temp 42. Take off, it's going to be flaps 20. Okay. 80 or another 50 seconds to line up. The wind is 0, 0, 0 degrees 0, so there is precisely no wind, and the current temperature is -1. Right. Do we have a runway condition code? Runway condition codes. Alright. Runway 28 condition codes 555. So, okay. What's any incline? We can throw in plus 0.10 and then so yeah, it doesn't like that. There we go. Let's see, how good is it? Assume temp will be 4.2. Still seems a little off, to be honest, but you know what? These are all in acceptable values with the exception of V1. So V1 is 136. Rotate 143, and then safe climb. You go 152 for safe climb. All right. Yeah. When it comes to this, right? The best way to know that you're getting good data. Sorry. The best thing to do in a situation like this. We gotta push in 5 minutes. Gonna get GSX anti-icing. Ready. The best way to do this, right? So if you get two different numbers, right? Well, double check everything, of course. But the second thing is actually, yeah. But the second thing that is recommended that you do is for your V1 speed, make that as low as possible. Right. Make that as low as possible. Right. So whichever number you get, low as possible. Right. Your rotate speed, you can take either the average or probably honestly the higher number is probably better. And then your rotate speed, yes, GSX. Great. And then your safe climb speed, that's recommended for whatever is the highest speed possible. So, right. Right, and the reason that you want that is you want to prepare yourself for worst case scenario, right? So you want to prepare yourself to where you have an engine failure at 144 knots, right? Let's say that one of the numbers you get is 145 knots, right? The other number is 136 knots, right? Well, that's a pretty big margin. I double check everything, right? But the second thing there is, now you're like actually preparing for a worst case scenario. Okay. Right, so you have an engine failure, you're beyond P1, you have to continue the takeoff. Okay. And then for rotate speed, I mean, that's probably higher, probably, right? And then for your safe climb, you want to put that also as high as possible, so that you are preparing for absolute worst case scenario. So, anyway. Getting de-icing treatment. Look at when wing lights on. We can go ahead and get window heat on now. The APU has been running for a minute. Let me go ahead and tell everyone. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is the captain speaking. In a few moments, we are going to be pushing back off the stand. At this time, I kindly ask any ground crew to please vacate the aircraft, as we are about to push back off the gate. Cabin crew, Prepare for pushback, please. Cabin crew for pushback. Thank you. All right. Ba-da bum bum. Ba-dum bum 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 bum. Ba-da ba na na na. We're gonna be a few minutes delayed, but whatever. It's fine. Seatbelt signs on. Let's run through the checklist. Alright, oxygen tested. Parking brake. Should be set. It's not. It is now. Alright, before start. Alright. Initial climb 14,000. Flight directors on LNAV, VNAV. Think to GSX. And then 275 for the runway heading. Alright. Altitude for V, so rotate speeds we have V1136, rotate 143, safe climb 152. Takeoff speeds completed. CDU pre-flight, definitely come wind load that real quickly. Trim, don't do trim here. Taxi and takeoff briefing completed. Beacons on. GSX prepares for pushback and departure. Just got de-icing. Before start, checklist complete. Baltimore traffic speed order 2 initially at heavy stand echo 3 push and start. Baltimore traffic. Good, so am I. Actually, GSX has been really weird recently. It's been a minute since we last. GSX settings. Not right now, bud. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Thank you for tuning in. Welcome aboard. We are actually running a little late. Let me just go ahead and start these real quickly as we are about to push. Let's see here. FS actions, ground connections, release ground power, remove chocks. Alright. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 228. Service now, Heathrow. I really don't know why GSX has not been saying anything recently. It's getting kind of annoying. Yes, yeah, there he goes again. It's not saying a single damn thing. And keep in mind that GSX was literally just updated the other day as well. So I really don't know what's going on with GSX. Right, I want to get out of here as soon as possible because A, it's about a 6-hour flight, but B, we are expecting some snow in a few hours. So it's a matter of avoiding bad weather. If we were delayed another hour or so, I probably would not do this flight. Oh, maybe. If we're starting it around 1, I'd probably say no. Yeah, getting a wintry mix overnight, so, which is wonderful. Nose left, tail right. Nice parking brakes. Parking brakes released. Cabin crew, please begin safety demonstration. Thank you. Cabin crew, safety demonstration. Alright. We can get the fuel pumps on. We should have some in the centers, though albeit not enough. We got about 5 tons in the centers. That'll be enough for takeoff. And oh, please, GSX. Idiot. Someone, so we're not the only ones doing this flight tonight, but someone put in for BA 228, not Speedbird 228. Here we on VATS we use ICAO codes, so ICAO. Right, and so the British Airways call sign is not BA or British Airways, it is a Speedbird. Alright. Parking brakes set. Let's go and get these puppies started. Do number 1 first. Actually, push it. No, it's still a weird tug. No, it's still a weird tug. Whilst that gets started, let me just go ahead and quickly update YoKim. That exposure is a little rough. That exposure is still a little rough. It still looks way overexposed. Your cam still looks way overexposed. That's number 1. Let's do number 2 now. Oh wait, I'm an idiot. Was going in the wrong direction. -9. There we go. There we go. That looks so much better. Alright, there we go. And actually GSX. Confirm good engine start, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain speaking. The current time is 3:20 Heathrow time. Current Baltimore time is 10:20. We do have about a 20-minute departure delay, and we sincerely apologize for that. Total flight time for tonight appears to be about 6.5 hours. Though I'm hopeful we can have you there in about 6. Current ETA for Heathrow, like I said, is in about 6.5 hours. Current ETA for Heathrow is about 9:21 local time. So despite us being about 20 minutes delayed, we should be able to get there on time. Today's flight plan takes us straight up through Nova Scotia and straight across the Atlantic, and relatively light turbulence is expected at max. This time we're going to begin our taxi out to the runway. Cabin crew, please prepare aircraft for takeoff. Cabin crew for takeoff. Alright. APU off. Flight controls. Go ahead and get the flaps set. Full down. Full up. Full left. Full right. Full speed brake. Speed brake checked. And then actually we can... I do know that the flaps are working. This main thing. Alright. Taxi out. Taxi, we will require, actually we should be fine with Uniform 1 today. We'll taxi Bravo, Charlie, Uniform 1. Baltimore traffic speed order 2, Lima Juliet Heavy, taxi now, holding quick Uniform 1 for runway 28 via Bravo, Charlie, Uniform, to Uniform 1. Baltimore traffic. Alright. Flaps. 20. Checklist. Recall. Auto brake RTO. Flight controls. And ground braking all clear. Alright. Parking brake released. Let's get out of here. Taxi lights on. Somehow our alternate for today is Belfast. I don't know how the fuck that is, but because Belfast is not really capable of 777s. Belfast is a tiny little airport. Yeah, I'd much prefer an alternate of, let's say, Frankfurt or even Manchester. Do we have an aircraft arriving? That just looks weird. 122.8 is in CMI frequency before takeoff checklist is almost complete. We'll just need to get the landing lights on. That is one of the things I will say about the 777. It doesn't do the checklists are kind of vague, right? So it's like we need to, when I make my checklist for the 777 tutorial, right? One of the things we're going to do is one of the things I intend to do is do a much thorough checklist. With that said, though, you do need to still complete these checklists because otherwise you might get a nice nasty error. But I mean, whatever. I figured out the aircraft that we could see over there. I figured it out. It's a someone headed to Reagan. CRJ off to Reagan. Blue Streak. It's PSA Airlines. Owned by American. Operated by American. So. Let's go and turn off lights on now. Bum bum bum, ba da bum bum, ba da bum bum, bum 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 bum. Oh shit! I don't have RAS up. Let's go ahead and get that RAS up real quickly. We can go and get strobies on. We can go and get landing lights on now, to be honest. Alright. Actually, it's 279, I think. Sorry, no, it is 285. Idiot. Alright. Takeoff checklist is complete. We have all of our lights on and everything. Wonderful. Baltimore traffic, speed order 2, Juliet, lining up runway 28, uniform 1. Baltimore traffic.
Approaching 28. Approaching 28. On runway 28.
Good. Baltimore traffic, speedbird 2, Lima, Juliet, taking off now, runway 28, Dupkin 1, Boston, just in departure, initial climb, altitude of 14,000 feet. Baltimore traffic. Alright. Thrust set. Engines stabilized. Knots, everything normal. Damn, we are heavy today. V1. Rotate. Pause right here. Up. Follow them flight directors, you bigot. We're gonna put some flaps away, please. very minor adjustments. Autopilot on. Baltimore traffic speedbird 2, limit Juliet, heavy and airborne now, passing 3,800, climbing via this in. Switching over to Unicom now, 122.8. Baltimore traffic, final call on CHF. Baltimore traffic speedbird 2, limit Juliet, climbing out of Baltimore, passing 4,500, climbing via the King 1 Bros. Climbing now for level 350, Baltimore traffic. And, if we go into VNAV now, climb direct. Baltimore traffic speed route 2, unrestricted climb now, flight level 350, Baltimore traffic. That was spot on center line right there on that takeoff. That was spot on. Heathrow ETA now 9:30 Zulu. And that is factoring in the Nugra arrival, not factoring in the arrival, or not factoring in the approach. Let's see here. Clear now. Direct. Clear now, direct to Robbinsville. Baltimore traffic speedbird 2, limit Juliet, heavy, turning now, direct to Robbinsville, Romeo Bravo Victor. Baltimore traffic. Do you have that traffic in sight? You have plenty of separation. You have about 50 miles of separation. And I do believe they are most likely descending. Yep. Yeah, they're moving. They're they're a little 10,000 right now. I was like, no. Oh, there's two bits of traffic. One of them's level 10. That's what we have in sight. Their traffic is no factor. So anyway, we are now airborne, passing 10,000. We can turn our landing lights off. I don't need to turn off lights off. Taxi lights off. After takeoff checklist complete. Bada bada bum bum bada bum 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 bada bada bum bum bada bum. I'll take the headset off in a few moments once we're level. That's being top of climb. In about 50 miles or so. So you're 350, step climb at 554 Zulu, so in about 2 hours. That's right, in a little over 2 hours. Estimating Heathrow with 21.0 for fuel, so really looking quite good today. We are, like I said, we are a little heavy. We are probably the heaviest in terms of payload that we've ever been. This is a full flight, a very full flight, right? But so far everything is looking solid. LaGuardia.
FedEx.
Kennedy Hop, that's fine. Yeah, this is a massive first. This year's a massive first. Pretty much the entire East Coast. Oh, I got a little bit of Miami. Sorry. We have Miami. You have Miami Oceanic online. That is the only center across the entire East Coast that is online. What's even more weird is the only approach, or the closest ATC on the entire East Coast is Charlotte. So it's like, that is, I don't know if I've ever seen that on a Saturday night. Don't think I've ever seen that on a Saturday night. So, all right. A few things in nuggets in there. You left over here some nuggets. Alright. Fuel on the center. Alright, noted. Let's see here. Hello. 1.4 is enough for a bit. That's enough for a bit. So 8.4. 20.4 in that. Yeah. That's fine. We don't have enough fuel for forever. But we do have some fuel for a fair amount of time on this. Got enough fuel for about an hour of holding. For about an hour of holding at a clean speed, so. I'll just pull back the engines ever so slightly. I'm gonna try to pull it back a little bit more. How the fuck did I manage to do this? The detents enable. Sorry, I keep forgetting. Sure. I keep forgetting to reset the detents on my wing throttles. So. Yeah, I keep forgetting to reset the detents on the wing throttles. So, what that, essentially what I mean by that is, take away the detents, let me switch over to Boeing's. It's Ruby, so the last time we flew Airbus was, a few days ago. So, right. Getting the kettle running, grab a nice cup of tea. Right, grab a nice cup of tea. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, a little turbulence right there. Yeah, well, what we'll do is we'll let this fuel. Actually, not. No, let's turn these off now. Actually, let's turn those off now. We're gonna go direct to Alex. That probably won't save us that much time, but I mean, if we were to do a direct to Alex, it'll just save us something. Turn now direct to Alex. .350 top of climb zone, about 5 minutes. Right. Now what I like to do, I'm gonna get way ahead of myself here. I want to do some fixes. So what I want to do is Heathrow 27 left. Heathrow. What I want to do is I want to set up a 270 degrees. I mean a 20-mile ring. .090 degrees on a 20-mile ring. Now, what this will do, we are to take a look at the plan. Okay, what that does for us is that sets us is that sets us up. So we have a 20-mile ring around the entirety of London Heathrow. Okay. Right, so when we enter in the 20-mile ring, that's when we know we got, roughly speaking, a lot of miles to touchdown. Which doesn't matter to us. Right, we want to make sure we're... Right, hopefully we get ATC online when we get to Heathrow. Right. But anyway, it's important for us to have that, right? Now, I do not know. Right, we're just zoom out. My massive fucking mount. Right. Anyway, that gives us a 20-mile ring around the entirety of Heathrow, which is very, very nice for us. It's very, very beneficial. I'm with Seb. Speaking of the devil, is that him who's tuning in? It's been a while since we last talked. Alright. Speaking of the devil, someone's tuning into the stream. 2 people, actually. 2 people. Alright. It's been ages. It's been ages. Alright. Let's see. Anything special in the news? Aviation related, of course. United adds new LAX routes and more. Okay. I don't care about United Airlines. I don't ever fly them. I haven't ever. Will probably never fly them unless a dire situation causes me to fly them. Yoon Suk Sol, sentenced to prison. Former South Korean president sentenced to 5 years for obstructing justice during sealed 2020. Okay, good. If only the U.S. could learn. Good. Give y'all a nice chase plane view. And we're tuning down the volume for everyone, just so y'all can hear me a little bit better. Alright. Cruising now, essentially. Alright. Royal Navy tests autonomous helicopter. Oh dear. NASA to modify 2 F-15 fighter jets in support of a silent supersonic X-59. Apologies. Ever feel like you need to sneeze, but then you can't? Apologies. That's just happened. All right. So Microsoft is apparently adding fucking Copilot to fucking File Explorer. And I use very offensive language there for a very important reason. I cannot wait to see Copilot delete all of our fucking files. I can't wait for the news to happen on that. I'm serious. I just cannot wait. Alright. What else is in the news? Let's see. People are complaining that that air traffic controllers are retiring so early at the age of 56. Here's the reason why every ATC retires at the age of 56. It's federal law, which is stupid. It's really stupid, right? So I'm in the process of getting my FAA Class 3 medical, or sorry, Class 1 medical. I say I'm in the process because it's been deferred and it's going to take me a few months, and I need to write a letter to the FAA and essentially getting an extension and telling them and asking them, or essentially saying that I'm not going to be able to get one of the things that they need, right? But anyway, they are taking a massive look at my health records with a fine-tooth comb, right? And part of what that means is that I have to go for a psychological evaluation. Okay. Pilots are put through less rigorous health monitoring than air traffic controllers by a massive amount. Right. You have eczema as a pilot, that's fine, right? As long as you can prove that it's under control. Okay. You have eczema as an air traffic controller, that's a big no-no. They will not allow that. Okay. So it's one of those things to note. Right? It's like air traffic controllers, it's like as long as they can pass a mental competency test, right? As long as they can still prove that they're able to think quickly, right, in emergency situations, mandatory retirement age for both pilots and air traffic controllers, but especially air traffic controllers, should not exist. Yes, I understand that the risks of stuff increase after the age of 56. I'm plenty aware of that. Same thing with pilots after the age of 65, right? But it's stupid with how closely they monitor everyone. Right. It's stupid with how closely they monitor everyone to have a mandatory retirement age. Right. It's completely stupid. I mean, when I say they are taking a fine-tooth comb to my entire medical history. I mean, I have had to report under oath, to the best of my abilities, every single doctor's appointment that I've had within the past 3 years. Okay. I have to go for a neuropsychological evaluation from an FAA certified doctor. Okay. They're gonna test my mental competency. Right. They're going to test to see whether or not I can become a safe pilot. Okay. They are requiring notes from every single one of my doctors, essentially saying what's the update on me, right? And I'm not in the best of health. I do have genuine health issues, right? But it is insane that retirement ages exist with how closely they look at your health, and especially here in the U.S. When it comes to aviation. Right. They really, when I say they keep an eye on it closely, I mean it. And the best part about it is that I get to go through the entire process again in probably about a year. Right. Probably not. I probably won't need to go for the neuropsych again, but I'll have to go for the FAA medical evaluation again. Right. I'll have to do that at least every year. It might be every 9 months. Right. But anyway. And they do the exact same thing with air traffic controllers. They do the exact same thing. Right. At a certain age, they'll require stuff like colonoscopies. Right. They'll require a lot more at a certain age. But when I say it is stupid to have mandatory retirement ages in the field of aviation, I mean, okay, I can understand wanting to put a cap on it after, like, let's say, like, 73 or 74, right? That I can definitely understand that, right? I mean, at that point in time, you kind of need to retire. But 65 and 56. 65 for pilots, 56 for air traffic controllers. Kind of ridiculous, if you ask me. Kind of ridiculous, if you ask me. So, I mean, so yeah. But I do think there is a movement to change that, though, for the reasons that I just said. It's like with all the advances in modern medicine, especially, I mean, all the advances in the past 5 years in modern medicine, right? I mean, I know that the current admin is not exactly for it, but I mean, it's the way it is, right? With all the advancements in modern medicine, right? And yeah, there's all that. It's like, I'm pretty certain we can tell if it's like I'm like 99% certain we can probably tell if a pilot's unsafe on their own, right? If not more than 99% certain. So, all right. Let's see here. Delta is. Hang on. I gotta read this. Delta recently placed an order for 30 787-10. I just love ads. Aircrafts with an option to add an additional 30 minutes. Or sorry, with an option to add an additional 30 units. Deliveries are scheduled to begin in 2031, making a notable Boeing win for an airline whose recent wide-body renewal has leaned heavily towards Airbus. Well, that'd be good for Boeing. That'd be very, very good for Boeing. Being able to have another order for the 787s. That would be extremely beneficial for them. Yeah, Boeing needs some more orders, especially among U.S. carriers. Right. I mean, Delta is the only U.S. carrier that operates the A350 right now. Though I do believe that United's going to begin to call in their order here soon. Because the 777 is aging. I mean, I love every aspect of the 777. I love that it was designed from a golden era for Boeing, right? I love that. I love the way it flies. I love the way that it brings like real. I love the way that that it was modern for its time. I love the way that it's it preserves some of the older characteristics of a flight deck, whilst also being a really modern aircraft, comparatively speaking, of course. Right. I love every aspect of the 777, but they are beginning to age. Right. I mean, well, the one that we're flying right now, the 777-200 ER, that was 1992, I want to say. Sorry, not 1992. 1996, I want to say. Boeing 777-200 ER. I was right. First delivery for the 777-200 ER. 1991. Okay, for the 777-200. Sorry. Launch order was 1991. First delivery was 1997. Right. So, either way, they're approaching 30 years old. Right. Next year, they're going to be, the first handful are going to be 30 years old. Right. The one that they're flying right now, which is Golf Mike Mike Sierra. Sorry, Golf Yankee Mike Mike Sierra. Was delivered in 2009. So actually, that was a relatively new aircraft. What about Mike Mike Juliet out of curiosity? Because Mike Mike Juliet was the other one that they flew quite often to Baltimore. Let's see. I just love how hey, welcome aboard. You're crazy old now. Yeah, the 777s are getting really, really old. Actually, aside from maybe the 737-800s, so aside from maybe the 737NGs, and of course, let's not forget about the 757s and 767s. They are like the oldest aircraft that are currently in service. Golf Mike Mike Juliet, delivered December 2000 to British Airways. So that is an aircraft that is 25.2 years old. Holy. The delivery we have for the 777-200, the one that we're flying right now, is a Golf Mike Mike Sierra, I believe. And then the aircraft that they used to fly to Baltimore quite often was Golf Mike Mike Sierra. Golf Mike Mike Juliet. Right. Sorry, Golf Yankee Mike Mike Juliet. So, but anyway, still means that, I mean, they may be aging, but I still love every second of flying the 777. They may be aging, but they're still freaking wonderful in 2020. Sorry, in 2026. Now I'm crazy old for still thinking it's for 2020. Alright. Let's see. We are currently level 350, Alex, in approximately 20 minutes. Our ETA for Heathrow is 9:24 Zulu, estimating 20.5 tons of fuel. We do have a step climb in approximately approximately an hour and a half. A little over than that. A little over. Hour and 45 minutes. Is that... Yeah, that'll be right as we go, Oceanic. Or that'll be 20 minutes after that. In that case, we'll want to... In that case, in terms of my Oceanic clearance, I'll file for 3-7. And then we can do the step climb right before Alex. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we'll do the step climb right before Alex. Alright. Fuel temperature, -6 degrees centigrade. Total fuel right now is 55.8, which is more than enough. Alright, what is... So let's go ahead and quickly do a calculation. So our zero fuel weight, because I did have to adjust some things in a sim brief right before the flight. Performance. Yeah. So our zero fuel weight is 186.5. As in, we are extremely heavy for today. And then our estimated... So, we're estimated to land with 20.5. Oof. We are going to land right below our maximum landing weight. We are going to land we're estimating to land with 207 ton, with a gross weight of 207 tons. Our maximum landing weight is 208 tons. Of course, all in metric units, because I much prefer metric than imperial. I may live here in the U.S., but doesn't mean exactly abide to U.S. standards. Alright. Well, in that case, no more shortcuts for tonight. No more shortcuts. I don't know if we're expecting to, Alright. Yeah, and then we may need to hold for a bit. We may need to hold. We'll see what the situation at Heathrow looks like when we get there. So I can guarantee you that it'll be wildly different from the way it is now. But anyway, we'll take a look at the situation at Heathrow once we get there. But we may need, if we do have any air traffic control, we may need to tell them that we will require at least one orbit at Bovingdon. If we're lucky, we'll have to hold at Bovingdon anyway. I very much want a very busy arrival into Heathrow, because that's what makes it fun. Busy arrivals into Heathrow are always fun. Right. The most recent time we had a busy arrival into Heathrow was actually about a week ago. We took the A350. We moved the A350. Was it about a week ago? It could have been a little longer. We moved the A350 1000 that we had at Edinburgh down to Heathrow, and that was a fun flight. We are going to begin to fly the A350 a bit more. Right. It's better than the A340. The A340 from any builds I absolutely hate. I am not... Actually, confession here. I actually uninstalled the A340 from any builds a few days ago. Straight up uninstalled it. That thing is firmly in the hangar until the tallest one comes out. It is firmly in the hangar. Right. And I have to wonder, is that because I just don't like the 340? because everyone else said it was fine, right? I just didn't like the way it hand flew. I found that the systems were lacking some depth, right? So, I did not like that thing, right? So that thing I put firmly back in the hangar. Straight up uninstalled it, right? And I kind of did the same thing with the 350 a while ago. But with that said, though, since I put the 350 in the hangar, there were like the week after I put that thing in the hangar, apparently there was like a massive update that was released. That adjusted a bunch of stuff that really mattered to me, right? And then I went 2 months without using it, but last time I tested it out, it was significantly better than it was when I last properly used it back in November. And we last used it about a week ago. No, closer to 2 weeks ago now. So that thing we are going to pull that thing out of the hangar because I do think I do believe that it is beginning to get worthy of my time and worthy of me flying. Maybe not on long haul routes, but we can probably do short, mid range to short haul routes with it. At least that's what I'm thinking. All right, we have passed Boston. That's a pretty good view right there. So, but anyhow, what else is new in the news? Aviation related. We're gonna try not to get into politics here because it's getting bad. Shit, I already got into it. Fuck. All right. Let's see. Why the Airbus A300 has outlived? I have no clue. No, not gonna read that. Let's see. We're all 19. Where British Airways A350s fly? Okay, where do the British Airways A350s fly? They fly to Dulles, Toronto, Denver, Phoenix, Dallas-Fort Worth, Austin, and a bunch of other airports, including Hong Kong. Interesting. I actually didn't know that they flew the A350 to. Oh, all right, that's right. I didn't know that BA flew the A350 to Dulles. I live about an hour and a half drive away from Dulles, and that's an hour and a half with traffic. Actually, when I came back from my trip this past year, I went to Dulles to fly on an A380. Departed from Baltimore in the 777, then I came back via Dulles on an A380. But they've actually stopped flying the A380s to Dulles now. They said that they're going to return to doing it, but the reason that BA says that the reason that they did that was so they could take an extra one out of circulation, so they can begin to do all their D checks and everything. Which, when you think about that reason, that actually makes sense. I mean, BA has, I think it's 12 A380s, and you need to maintain your aircrafts, right? And if I had to guess, they're probably all due for D checks here soon, if I had to guess. Right, so allowing them getting a start on that now, probably quite beneficial. I know that the reason that Global hasn't been flying their A380s is because the Global one's due for a D check. And for those who don't know what a D check is, it's essentially when they strip the aircraft all the way down to bare metal. They'll inspect everything, make sure everything's in tolerance. Right. Anything that anything that's due to be replaced, right? So such as let's say a window heat panel, right? Brakes, right? They'll do all that at the time of the D check, right? They'll thoroughly test the engines. They'll thoroughly examine the engines, right? They'll do all that at the end of, or they'll do all that in a D check, right? They'll like the cabin part. It's actually wonderful for airlines because when they take the cabin part, you get to modernize everything, right? So they'll do that, right? When I say it is, I mean essentially rebuilding a whole aircraft from ground up. I mean it really is. So, so I know that that's the reason that Global's not been flying their A380. They're still waiting on someone to allow them. They're still waiting on some airline some maintenance hangar to perform the D check. And they're blaming the industry, saying they can only do what the industry allows them to do, which is kind of understandable. I mean, it's not like down the street there's a it's not like there's a street there's how do I say this? It's not like I can drive down the road to my local airport and every airport's gonna have like a D check hangar and be like, but as soon as possible. No, you have to take it to a specialized hangar, especially for A380s. Now for A320s, right? You might be able to go down to. I might be able to go to Baltimore and see if they have a maintenance hangar for A320s, right? That is capable of performing the D checks, right? Same thing with like 737s, right? Because those are common aircrafts. But the A380s, there's too few of them. There's just too few of them, so you can't. It's not like you can just go and say to your local aircraft officials, I want a D check. Give me a D check, and I'll pay you I'll pay you $3 million for it. Right? It's not that simple. So I do understand Global's excuse for not been flying their A380. Right. Let's see, anything else in the news? There's a new airline at Phoenix Sky Harbor, Starlux Airlines. It's launched a non-stop route between Taipei and Phoenix. Flying what appears to be the A350. Oh, cool. Cool. Yeah. I will say Baltimore is becoming less and less of an international airport. Actually, I said this a few months back, but it's even more true now. I think that BA is the only reason that Baltimore is still technically considered an international airport, because we used to have a lot of international airlines here at Baltimore, right? We used to have Condor, we used to have Play until Play went under. We also have Copa. We do still have Copa. But aside from Copa and BA, that is it for Baltimore in terms of international airlines. I do think that actually Southwest might operate a few routes to Canada, but outside of that is it. Baltimore is not really that much of an international airport anymore, despite carrying more passengers than Dulles. Right. So if it wasn't for BA and Copa, we would not Baltimore would not be an international airport, and we'd be doing a Dulles to Heathrow instead of a Baltimore Heathrow. With that said, though, Dulles is getting, I mean, this whole DC area here, it's getting more congested. So there's a thought that maybe, just maybe, some more international airlines might return to Baltimore as Dulles is getting more packed. Right. There is that thought. I mean, Dulles is, I don't know if anyone's seen the projections, but if I'm not mistaken, Dulles is, at the rate that Dulles is expanding, they might be projected within the next 30 years or so to become the world's busiest airport, which I understand. I mean, I do understand it. I do understand Dulles. Of course, a lot can change between now and in 30 years, right? But I mean, Dulles, it's already becoming one of the world's busiest airports, right? I think it's in the top 20 now. It's definitely within the top 30 if I'm not mistaken on the top 20. But anyway, Dulles is expanding, so. Oh, sorry, they're projected to be in the top 30 in a few years. They're not in the top 30 yet, so misspoke there again. That's what happens when I don't get that much sleep. All's fine. Actually, I need to stay up for tonight so I can recorrect my sleep schedule, because my sleep recently has gotten way off. Somehow this whole week I've been a morning person. Been like early, been like 3 a.m. morning person. Been like that crazy. So tonight I actually like genuinely need to correct my sleep schedule. I blame the flu, which I had over Christmas, and am only just finally recovering. Holy shit! I just realized I left that tea there for like the past hour. Great. Give me 30 seconds. I'm gonna dump this out and brew a fresh thing. Give me 30 seconds. Alright, back. Tonight's tea of choice is some Irish breakfast tea from Barry's. It's Barry's Irish breakfast tea, which is recommended to one of my friends over at AirNott. Actually, was it James? It might have been James. Right. Yeah, I think it was James who recommended Barry's tea to me. Basically, I had Twinings. And I actually still do have Twinings. I'm going to give it to my dad, who doesn't give a shit. Despite him literally lived in the UK until the age of 20. So I don't know how he's not picking on tea. And I am, but he isn't. Right, But anyway, I have Twinings here. Absolute dog shit. Absolute dog shit tea. Some people like it. I find it just to be way too bland. I find it to be absolute dog shit. I used to have Yorkshire tea. Right, my issue with Yorkshire tea is that I kind of got bored of it. But I've been told that Yorkshire tea was kind of the best tea out there. In terms of proper English breakfast tea. And then actually I still have a note somewhere of teas that people recommended. People recommended PG tips to me, Assam tea, and Ritz. Right. So, anyway, I went to Safeway the other day, just because I had to pick up a few things. Usually, I'm not the one who does my grocery shopping. Usually, someone else here does. Right. Right, but I had to go this week just for a few things, and just out of curiosity, so I was stopped in the tea aisle, in the coffee and tea area, and found a nice box of berries tea, which saved me probably about $5-10 on shipping, because I don't actually have Amazon Prime. And the reason that I don't have Amazon Prime is because I'm a cheapskate, and because I don't actually order that much stuff off Amazon. It's too easy to get sucked in with it as well. So it's like there's two good reasons right there. I don't order that much off Amazon, and it's too easy to get sucked in to Amazon. So, and actually a lot of the stuff that I have been ordering recently, I can't actually get off Amazon, right? So. Take the tiller, for example. This I ordered directly from Cat 3 Design. You could never find a tiller on Amazon. You could never find on Amazon. Just never. My overhead panels, or my light panels, which I'm going to aim to figure out a way to mount overhead. Those things are from PU Air Korea, which they have finally shipped. Those things I would never find off Amazon. Right. Here soon, I'm gonna place an order for a Mosa AB9 and a proper Airbus stick. Right. Those things are gonna come off. Those things I can't order off Amazon. I think the most recent thing I bought off Amazon was let me think. Aside from gifts for other people, for the setup, I actually don't know, to be honest. It might have been this microphone mount. No, it wasn't that. Oh, it was the USB hub. It was the USB stuff. So, but outside of that, I don't really use Amazon. It is really easy to get sucked in and buy a bunch of shit you don't need. Right. So. Anyway. Let's see. You're beginning to pass over some really cold airspace, so you gotta keep an eye on the fuel temp. Fuel temperature right now is at -7. For those curious on what I consider to be like bad fuel temp, at -38 the fuel will freeze, right? So my general rule is at -30, that's when you want to begin to descend, right? At -38 the fuel will begin to freeze, but at -10, but at -30 you'll be fine, right? So anyway, so when it gets down to -30, that's when you want to begin your descent. Ideally keep it below -30. And the reason that you want to, you want to descend is because the higher you are, the less atoms there are there, right? And so the colder everything's going to be, the less movement of molecules as well, right? So that's the coldest that everything's going to be, right? You descend a little, you got more air atoms, you got more oxygen, you got more movement of molecules, therefore it equals heat, right? Begins to bring the fuel temp, right? Doesn't freeze up as much. No, it won't be free. Actually, it won't freeze up at all. Even if you only descend by let's say 2,000 feet. It's important to know. It's important to know that, right? It's one of those things that's important to know it. And actually, I'm gonna do a video. I might film it this week. It's part of the 777 guide that I'm making. This is part of the 777 guide that I'm working on. Part 0 is now live up on the channel. So, for anyone who wants to know what to expect from my 777 guide, watch that video. It's an 8-minute video. Right, the first 4 minutes of it are me actually going through what to expect in the 777 guide. The final 4 minutes are just some basic setup. The way I'm going to be setting up the aircraft, right? So like the default state, right? So I do cold and dark with ground power unit, right? Just because you're gonna need the ground power unit anyway. Still gives you the nice immersion of starting up the aircraft, but you're gonna need the ground power unit anyway, right? There's no point in not having it that attached, aside from it, unless you want to purposely go into your EFB and get it. There's no point in it. Great. So when I went through that, and I also went through how to how to update the nav data. Speaking of nav data, this week is area cycle week, which means everyone gets to update their nav data this week. So, but anyway, go watch that if y'all are interested. It is part 1. It is part 0. Doing 6 parts total, so part 1/0. Right, doing up through part 5. Part 1 is going to be going through this FMC here. Essentially, how to do fixes, how to do direct waypoints, the kind of stuff that you'd want to know before you go flying. How to get your route, how to do VNav, right? All that stuff. All that wonderful, wonderful stuff, right? And then part 2. So, remember, part 2 of that, we're going to go through a proper startup. We're going to go through a proper startup procedure, right? So, startup, pushback, takeoff, taxi, taxi out, right? Gonna go through all that in part 2. And then part 3 is going to be cruising. Right, talking about cruise, talking about fuel, talking about when to perform your descent briefing. Just some miscellaneous stuff is going to go in part 3. Right, part 3 is probably the least important part of the series. Right. Then we're going to talk about part 4 is going to be descent, landing, taxi, in, and shutdown procedures. Okay. We're going to do both an RNAV and an ILS descent. Both an RNAV and an ILS approach, and visual approaches. We're not going to do a VOR approach, because I've never done a VOR approach, and to be honest, they're not very common. Okay. So, we're going to talk about how to do those. We're going to talk about descent briefings, all that lovely stuff. And then part 5, we're going to do a Baltimore Heathrow. I'm not going to stream it because I'm going to do the video, right? Yeah, we're going to attempt to put it all together, right? We're going to do an ILS approach into Heathrow, of course. So yeah. Anyway, that is the plans for the next videos. Right, it'll probably take me about a month to get out all the videos, but anyway, that's the plan for all that. Anyway, it's gonna be direct Ellery. What time are we estimating gallery at? In an hour. Which means now is a good time to go ahead and get our oceanic clearance. I could have sworn I bookmarked it. No, I didn't. Oh. Go to this. Yeah, we'll go to Seb's tool. Alright. Oceanic clearance. Oh, that's the other thing that we're going to talk about in part. Whatever. Oh, TMI 0. Uh-oh. Start. We are going to request 370 is what I'm thinking. We're going to request 370. We'll be careful of 390 by the time we get there. Selected speed is Mach 84, so 084. We are going on, so Allery, and then are we going Neblin and, yeah. This I just find that it's best to match the waypoints. Yeah, Nevin and Go. Those are some new oceanic waypoints I've never heard of. First oceanic sector, Ganda. Currently estimating Allery. Time 5:38 Zulu. 5:38 Zulu. TMI apparently 0, which makes me think that something's about to be broken. And free text. Micro Bravo Echo Hotel. Is there a Selco? Yeah. It's broken. Right, I'll give it an hour, or I'll give it 20 minutes or so. We can cross without the clearance, especially if we can cross without the oceanic clearance, especially if there is like a legitimate reason that we can't get the oceanic clearance. They won't ever stop us from doing that. Right, but I mean it's not ideal. I do prefer to have a clearance. Right. So anyway, we'll go ahead and double check on it again in a few moments. One second. Time to process this tea. Too much milk. Whatever. Too late now. All right. Today's mug of choice. What bollocks. Today's mug of choice is Mondays. I don't know how y'all can see that. Mondays are an Enigma, which actually works out well because it actually works out well because last night I watched the Imitation Game, which, for those who don't know what it is, there's a movie surrounding Alan Turing, He might have been one of the most important figures of the entirety of World War II. Okay. The story of Alan Turing and the Enigma machine is insane. Okay. Those who don't know what it is. Okay. So the Enigma machine was the machine that the Nazis during World War II used to encode all their messages. Okay. And it was widely believed that if the Enigma machine could be cracked, then the Allies would win the war. However, it was also believed that if they didn't crack it, we would lose the war. Okay. And so cracking the Enigma machine was a top priority of the war. Because if you could then listen into all your German messages, well then, it would be a pretty short war, wouldn't it? Hey Seb, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard this British Airways flight number 228 service to Heathrow. Oh yes, oh yes. I was just watching the Imitation Game last night, which is a very good movie. A very, very good movie. Second time that I saw it, I was showing it to my friends. Or, sorry, not one of my friends. I was showing it to my mother, actually. But anyway, the Enigma, very, very important machine during the war, right? Cracking it, though, was something special. When they did crack it, the first thing that they realized is just how easy it would be to change. Okay. It was stupid easy. It was the only reason that they were able to crack it was, and I've been taught how the machine worked. Right. I've been to Bletchley Park, which is where they cracked it. Right. To be honest, I barely understood most of it, but I understand a lot more of it now. But anyway, the only reason that they were able to crack it was because of, I think it's 5 words at the beginning and end of every sentence. Okay. Or of every transmission. Right. 5 words in every single radio transmission. Well, not every single one. Right. But so every day at 6 o'clock, the weather forecast would be released. Okay. And so every day at 6 o'clock, what would happen is they'd get a radio transmission that said the weather forecast. Right. Just on that, they were able to decode it. But at the end of it, it also included Hail Hitler. Okay. That was the second key. Right. So if you can, so now you only have to, instead of it being 15 million the number 15 with 18 zeros behind it. Now you've just narrowed it down to what works for today's settings. Okay. So it's like those words, the weather forecast and Hail Hitler, were one of the only reasons that they were able to crack it. Okay. And it was kept such a secret that they cracked it because all that the Germans had to do was change the way that was either remove but one or any number of those words, right? I mean, and they could even move them, right? So instead of saying Hail Hitler at the end of it, they could say Hail Hitler at the beginning of it, and we would not have been able to figure it out, right? And this is what kept it a secret for so long, right? And so, I mean, people died to keep that a secret. People really died. A lot of people died to keep that a secret. Right, and actually the day that they cracked it, it was revealed that the first radio transmission that they were able to intercept and crack was one of those of an impending German attack on the U-boats. So submarines, right? They realized that if they leaked that information to the British military, and if they had acted on that intelligence, that the Germans would know that there was at the very least a possibility that it would be that the Enigma machine was cracked, right? So anyway, very, very complicated stuff. But yeah. Anyway, that's the mug that I'm using tonight. Mondays are Enigma, which it may not be a Monday. Tomorrow is Monday. Well, technically 2 days from now. But anyway, very good movie. Very, very, very good movie. For everyone to watch. The Imitation Game. You got Benedict Cumberbatch, or the same guy who plays Doctor Strange. And a few other good actors. So, very, very good movie. Do you have MLK Law? I do not. Well, is that Monday? Is that Monday? It is. I do not have that day off. Well, kind of. I only work 3 hours in the evening, so I have it off for the most part. That said, though, we're gonna Monday. I don't think we're gonna do anything Monday. Well, Monday morning, of course. So tomorrow night. Of course, we'll do things tomorrow night. But we will not be doing anything Monday morning, or sorry, Monday, so to speak. And the reason that I'm not going to do anything Monday is Tuesday I'm going to fly with David. Tuesday morning I'm going to fly with David. Yes, I do. I do know who he is. No, I do have. Unfortunately, I do have to go to work on Monday. Sorry, it took me a minute to realize Martin Luther King Day. I'm not that stupid at history. I may not know that much before what happened in World War I. Okay. And I may not know that much about the civil rights movement and all that other stuff that happened after World War II. Aside from, I understand a fair amount about the Cold War. But I do understand. I do know who he is. So, yeah, I know. I have attended an American school. I've attended one my entire life. So, yeah. They are trying to not teach it anymore. At least that's what the federal government doesn't want. No, the federal government's full of narcissists, murderers, and bigots. Apologies to get too political. Hey, pretty soon here we won't be able to fly over Greenland airspace. If I had to guess. Fucking hell. How on earth we could be in this situation? And it's like the first 14 days of this year has been absolute dog shit. The past 3 days have been even worse. Actually, I saw something on Twitter, and it's still Twitter, by the way. I saw something on Twitter that said, I do not want to continue after this 14-day free trial 2026. And I thought that is absolutely hilarious, but it is absolutely true. Is this right? Is the Oceanic website working anymore? Have they updated the TMI? They have not. Damn it. We need to get our Oceanic clearance here soon, but we can't do that because we can't get our Oceanic clearance right now because the TMI is 0. Surely you won't be. You say that now. You say that now. Yet, his intention is very clear to take it over. And I mean, we do have the strongest standing army yet, right? It may turn into our Ukraine. It may turn into Russia's Ukraine, but for the U.S. But he's gonna try. He's gonna try. I hate to say it, but he's gonna try. I know that a lot of people share the same opinion that he's not gonna get it, but I mean, we saw how he went after Venezuela, so. But if we can, yeah, if you can, sub. Actually, I'm gonna look on Discord real quickly through my phone. Let's see. That's him. Yeah, if you can, that'd be helpful. That is one of those things that people should do something about, right? I mean, I understand that everyone that works for PATSIM are volunteers and everything, but I mean, let's try to schedule maintenance for the oil tanker that he took us around. Oh dear, must have been scary. Yeah, if we can, okay, I'll give you this. If there's a way to keep him occupied on all that stuff, keep him distracted from Greenland, then there's a chance that he won't be able to take it over. I'll give you that, right? And actually, that's kind of what I'm hoping for, right? I'm just gonna go ahead and go all MAGA shit conservative here. I'm not a fan of Iraq. Sorry, not Iraq, Iran. Right, we could blow them to bits for all I care. Let's keep them focused on Iran and Venezuela and all the other stuff, right? But if we can avoid a war with NATO, let's do that. Right, let's tell him you can have Iran. Right, let's tell him that he can have Iran. But the whole situation, it changes their API randomly, so they have no idea when it's gonna break. Oh dear, that must suck. Right. Yeah, but anyway, let's tell Trump he can have Iran. Right. I mean, Iran's been pissing us off anyway for the past 40 years. Right. And actually taking over Iran might not be the worst idea in the world. Right. But let's get Trump focused on Iran, please. Let's distract him from Greenland. Let's distract him from everything else. Right. Let's focus him. Let's get him fully squarely against Iran. Right. Iran's been playing games with us for the past, who knows how many years. Right. Let's keep him focused on Iran, please. But that's not what people are doing right now. So. Anyway. Anyway, so the TMI is the issue. So the TMI is 0. That's the issue. But I thought the TMI would. There's a pattern I noticed towards the end of last year and this year. The TMI will kind of be somewhat close to the actual date of the year it is. Right. So by my calculations, the TMI for the NatTrack website should be either 16, 17, or 18. It shouldn't be 0. We're not on the 0th day of the year, if you know what I mean. But I do understand what you're saying with the API. Yeah. And actually, if you can give me a link to the or if you can send me a Discord message over it, that'd be helpful. Actually, I'm not a member of the VAT USA Discord, am I? Shit. Or actually, VAT's in Oceanic. All right, thank you. I'm not a member of the Gander Oceanic. Let's see here. Does Gander Oceanic have a Discord? So, yeah. Let's see here. Does Gander Oceanic have a Discord? Oh, it would be under VATCAN, I guess. So, yeah. There we go. VATCAN Discord. Allow. Yeah. Love the USA. I've been over there. Just changing their use of turtles. There's more turtles that he's trying. Yeah. Yeah, right now, to be 100% honest, I would not come here over to the USA. Discord, login with Discord. I would not come over here in the USA right now. Not under any circumstances. Oh, nice. I've never been to Scotland. Oh, great. So you're just logging into Discord here? Yeah, I've never been to Scotland. Been needing to get there. Let me open up Bitward and see if my password. Gander's website, it's not broken, but I mean, it's under VATCAN. So, let's see. Need Discord. I don't know what Bitwarden was complaining about. Weird. So you're just joining the Canadian VATSIM Discord. Apologies, one moment. Authenticator. Yeah, I know. No, their website's up. The VATCAN's Discord is dead. What on earth? Or practically. That's interesting. It's not dead. Not yet. They just use all their... No, that makes sense. Maybe there's something in Shanwick. Shanwick. That's some. No, there's not any. Oh, that'd be under VAT Air. That's right. Get started. sign in using VetZone. Allow. I wonder if Shanwick has. Vader. I wonder if they have something. Don't know. So. You're looking at my website. That thing's out of date like crazy, by the way. I bought the Windwing ones, and actually I do have them. We unboxed them over a month ago. Wrong button. I have the Windwing ones over here. Apologies, I can't really move you again right now. But they're good. They're solid. I do recommend them. Highly recommend the Windwing throttles, especially over the Thrustmasters, especially considering the price difference. So up on the wall, I don't know how well everyone can see it, but up on the wall, I actually have the old Thrustmasters that survived me a year. They survived me a good year of solid use, and it's not that the Thrustmasters were bad, but when you compare the Thrustmasters to the Windwing ones, and for an extra $30, oh my word, sorry, Seb, I know you just got the Thrustmasters, and I don't mean to disappoint you, but the Windwing ones are much better. They're much better. Significant upgrade. With that said, though, there is one thing to note about the. Yes, I have it along with the Ecam and landing gear. Yeah, the Windwing one is so much better. The Thrustmasters, the Thrustmaster Airbus one, it felt. I don't. Sorry, Seb, but that thing felt like a toy. But the Windwings, they feel so much better. It's like they have like actual resistance, right? It's not like you're just trying. It's not like you're pushing something, right? It's like no, it's like they have an actual feel, right? But the absolute seller for the Windwing ones is that you can disable the detents without taking it apart, which is an absolute seller for me. Right, that's an absolute seller. Just from the standpoint of, okay, now I can apply everything. Yeah, so I have the Thrustmaster TCA side stick. I'm currently in, this week potentially, depending on how much my paycheck is. I may or may not place an order for the FS Projects side stick. Or sorry, the FS Projects, like, Airbus stick. I mean, I'll have to get the Moza base for it, but that is, I may or may not go forward with part 2 of 3 on my big sim upgrade. Part 1 was was this guy here, the tiller. And that thing arrived last week, and it's been amazing. It's been amazing. Definitely adds a layer of realism. But the reason that I need the tiller is because the way I used to do my nose wheel steering was through twisting the stick. Right. And that's the way I used to do my nose wheel steering. So that's why I had to buy the tiller. Any update with the nav track? If it, I'm about to test it out. Have at it, Seb. I'll have at it. Actually, does Seb. I have a Discord. Actually, it's out of date now, but we're getting to the point where we need to do a Discord. Let's see. All right, have my own. I need to edit it though because we renamed the channel. Yep, I'm sending it to you now. If I can figure out a way to do it. Members. Invites. No. How do I do this? Not used to using Discord. Invite. Seb. Invite. Alright. Invite sent. And then you can have at it. You can work on it. The main thing is, the only thing I ask is make it reasonable. But that's the only thing I ask. Make it reasonable, and then I want like a live chat channel for live streams, because that is one of the downsides with YouTube. There's a massive delay. No update on that track. Roger. Here, and let me just make you an admin on that. Roles. Let's see. Settings. Members. Edit roles. No. Let me know if you can do anything on that. Yeah, let me know if you can like add threads and everything. Yeah, you're gonna do a Discord, especially as we are now over 150 subscribers. Speaking of, the way that the channel improves is actually via shorts. So we'll do it. I'll do a short later. I'll make a short later the stream. I have to do all the shorts through my phone though, because I don't want to scrub through footage, and because I don't record everything I do, so I don't record every stream, so I'm recording this one, so but I don't record every stream. All right. Yeah, Seb, let me know what you can do, because I wonder if there's a way for me to I wonder if there's a way for me to do it. Members, edit roles, maybe roles, create role, admin, create, manager, select, finish. Alright, I think I just gave you that. And then your role created a member. Select. That's up. There we go. Update permissions. Apply. All right. You have to go into the settings of the role. Okay. Let me try that. Oh, you got it now. Oh. Alright. Yeah, I had to go and create a role for that, so. Just to show you how little I know about Discord. Alright. We are passing over some really cold air, so what's our fuel temp? Fuel temperature is minus 9 degrees centigrade. We do have a step climb that's beginning to come up in about 400 miles. So, around in about half an hour or so. Well, actually, I'll note before we go oceanic. So, if we're estimating Ellery at time 538, which is what my FMC is telling me, we'll plan for step climb then at roughly 5:30. That's in roughly 20. That's roughly 20 minutes. So we'll do a step climb in roughly 20 minutes. I have some bad news. Well, not bad news, but it's interesting news. For the first time ever, somehow we are so heavy tonight that we are going to be landing at Heathrow just below our maximum landing weight in the 777, which is insane. I don't know how this is. I don't know how we managed to do that. But we will be landing at Heathrow just below our maximum landing weight. Our maximum landing weight in the 777-200, which is what we're in, is 208 tons. Okay. Our zero fuel weight. If you'll give me a moment. Our zero fuel weight is 186.5. Hey, welcome aboard, Louise. Welcome aboard. Our zero fuel weight is 186.5. Okay. We are currently estimating to arrive at Heathrow with 20.8 tons of fuel on board, which brings us right below our maximum landing weight of 208 tons. So, for the first time ever, we are somehow out to land a 777 insanely heavy. Now, I have a clue on why it's the way it is. And the clue that I have is actually goes off to a New Sky. So, we're in Australia. Welcome aboard. It is currently 12:14 a.m. here on the east coast of the U.S. It is currently 5:15 Zulu. So, all right. Yes. Yeah. So anyway, so we look at this. This says we should be able to do 323 passengers. Okay. However, for some reason, the profile that they give you in SimBrief for the 777-200, and I've gone in and I've since edited it, gives you only 292. Right. So what I've done is, well, first off, just a little tip for everyone: go and make yourself a bunch of aircraft presets. Right. Do that. It's beneficial. Right, and you can import the profiles, right? So, anyway, so I go to Gulf Mike Mix here, which you can just barely see. Right, I've had to change. So by default, they give you 292. Right, and this is all based off of the initial PMDG profile, right? I've had to since go in and adjust passengers to to 323, so you were getting the most out of a new sky. Kind of weird, kind of annoying. But so anyway, we are carrying about 30 extra passengers than we have. Another thing you can do here with making your own airframes in SimBrief is you can assign cell counts, right? So what I have done in vPilot is I have the box that says cell count. I have it pre-filled automatically because I fly so much Oceanic. I have it set as Mike Bravo Echo Hotel. That is my cell count code. Okay. Right. So what this does though, unless you do this or unless you put it in manually in your flight plan, it won't automatically fill. Right. So what you can do is you can pre-fill this, right, and then it will automatically add it to your flight plan. And when you go to file it, it'll automatically file it for you. Okay. It'll automatically fill the box. We are going to London Heathrow, as you can see with the bar here that Seb made a while back. We are going to London Heathrow from Baltimore, and our current ETA for Heathrow is 9:24 Zulu. So actually in about 4 hours. So, and that is factoring in the arrival. That is not factoring in the approach. But who gives a shit about the approach? The approach takes 3 minutes, so probably around 9:30 if I had to guess. Depending on if we have to hold, which, to be honest, if our fuel keeps going, if our estimated landing fuel keeps going up, we may want to. Anyway, that's like a little tip here with the SimBrief, right? Especially if you fly a lot of Oceanic, you definitely want to make your own airframes, get them all set up with a cell count. Alright, and so if we look here, I have a lot of different airframes. I have one for the 777-200, I have one for the A350, right? And all these, we all have, I've all assigned them the same cell count, so I know I don't have to change the box ever. So, how long ago did I take off? Oh, good question ago. We departed around 10:30. So roughly not quite 2 hours ago. No, we were actually delayed ever so slightly because of freaking de-icing. Freaking de-icing. Freaking de-icing. And actually, we had a slight issue with GSX, and we still do have an issue with GSX. So GSX had to restart. So that caused about a 2-minute delay. And I was running behind on, despite starting the stream early, so. Welcome, greetings from Windy City. Oh, what's up? We're about to, in about 2 hours, we're gonna get some snow here. In about 2 hours, we're gonna get some snow here. Yeah, Seb, I'm putting this in the Discord. Seb and I are working on Discord. Well, Seb's working on the Discord. But Seb, do whatever you think is you need to do. Do whatever you think you need to do to it. Holy. Well, you're in the mid. You're in the Midwest, though, so that makes sense. Anyway, Seb, do whatever you think you need to do to the Discord, and I have it waiting for you. Make rules. Do whatever. So you're in the Midwest. I'm here on the East Coast, and this morning I woke up and I was surprised to see snow on the ground because we don't actually get that much snow here in Baltimore. I mean, we do get snow, but we don't get that much. And I thought it was weird. And then I looked at the forecast and I was like, shit, we're gonna get snow tonight as well. So it's like we kind of had to do this flight today because tomorrow I don't know what the runway conditions are gonna be like, but they're probably in cancellation. They're probably in cancellation territory. So, yeah, we're not. Oof. Kind of figured tonight it was either we either don't do it at all this week, or we do it tonight, which we can do it tonight. It's fine. It's like I've been missing this flight anyway. We've been doing a lot more Heathrow to Baltimore's recently than Baltimore Heathrow's, just for the sake of trying to get some more 772s on the ground at Baltimore. Right, trying to preserve my reach over the 772s, trying to preserve my superiority in those things. It's like anyway. But anyway, it's like I miss my Baltimore Heathrow route. I miss it. It's been a minute since we did, so it's fine. We can do it tonight. All right. I have an update on my score, score for this year. For those who don't know, I've started. Oh dear. Well, actually, Sydney to Honolulu seems doable. I mean, actually, okay, that's actually a good idea. That's actually a good idea right there. Yeah. That's actually a good idea right there. Anyway, Sydney to Dubai. Actually, that wouldn't be too bad. That wouldn't. Yeah, subs a VATSIM Honolulu controller. Yeah, that wouldn't be too bad. That wouldn't be too bad actually. Now Heathrow to Sydney. Now that would be insane. Oh wait, we can't actually do that. We'd have to do an A380 flight for that. Or we could do a light passenger. I actually don't know if we can. We'd have to make a pit stop at Singapore, I think. Thinking about doing Heathrow to Sydney. I think we'd have to do it'd either have to be an A380 flight, which we don't have a good A380, at least not a well-modeled one. Well, we have a well-modeled one, but it performs like shit. It's not usable. Right. I have to wait for the Anybuilds one to come out, which, to be honest, I'm kind of not looking forward to that. We'd have to do that in an A380, unfortunately. That's sad. Yeah, I don't have a good modeled A380, though. That's the issue. And we have the fly-by-wire one, but I can't. That thing's not usable in 24 yet. It just kind of sucks. Well, I mean, it also feels somewhat incomplete, but just from the performance factor, right? I know that some people have amazing luck with it, but those people are also running 5090s and 64 gigs of RAM. I don't have that. I have a 5900 XT and a 4060. And if we were to take a look at the frames, we're doing all right for frames. We're doing we're doing roughly 50 FPS right now, but we're also doing that at cruise when we can't always in the dark, or we can't exactly see that much. Right? So I mean, we could be doing a little bit better. Seb, I do have a channel logo for you to use. I wonder if actually I can. What's the easiest way for me to get that? Let's see, what's the easiest? I actually think this is gonna be really, really weird of me to say, but the last time I listened to music was probably about 3 years ago. Yet somehow I watch YouTube shorts and something gets stuck in my head every day. But no, I don't actually listen to music that often. Last time I actually like really sat down and listened to music was probably about 3 years ago. And to be honest, I just find music. It's gonna be really, people are gonna hate me for this. You're all gonna hate me, but I actually find music at times kind of annoying. And I don't know why, but I just do it at times. And I don't know. I just don't know why, but that's the way I think. So I'm working on finding a logo for you. I do have a logo. Here it is. Let me work on sending it to myself, and then I'll send it to you because I don't want to open up Discord while the sim's running. Gmail. You know, it's really weird, and I get hate from it every day. Everyone laughs at me at work because I don't listen to music that often, and it's like, I'm sorry, it's like I just find it kind of a little annoying, to be honest. I'm sorry, just like that's the way it is. Right. Files. Images. Recent. Yeah, and that's completely fine. It's 100% fine, and I understand how people can love. I understand how people can love it, but I'm just not the biggest fan. Right? I just find it a little bit more distracting than it's worth. Yeah. Where's my iPad at? It's over on the bed. Sorry, 7 and I are beginning to work on the on Discord server, which will launch whenever I think it's ready. Photos. There we go. Download. Is it in photos yet? No, it's not. Great. No, I just love it. Enjoyed at times. Save. Maybe that'll do it. There we go. But yeah, I don't know. Just think with me. Just think about me. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is. So, all right. Time is 5:31. I know we're technically supposed to wait another 223 miles for a step climb, but let's go ahead and do a step climb now. All right. Now this here's really important for anyone wanting to learn the 777, and this will definitely be in my 777 guide. Having roasted pork. Oh, nice. It's making me hungry. Wait, I was hungry before I started the stream. Shit. All right. Anyway, when it comes to step climbs, you have before you put it in the FMC, which will do it in a moment. Right, we want to adjust the altitude here first. Otherwise, what you have to do is you have to go flight level change mode and then VNAV again. a kind of like refresh, if you have, in a way. Alright, so we can go 370. Execute that. Make our announcement. Traffic speed routine limit Juliet. Set climb now, flight level 370 from flight level 350. Traffic. Go ahead and just make that announcement on Unicom. Alright. And then now we can do the set climb. So, I don't know if anyone saw what I put out earlier today, but I put out in both a video and a post on YouTube, a YouTube community post. I have officially begun working on the 777, on the not quite ultimate 777 guide for PMDG. Okay. We're going to talk about a lot of stuff. I'm going to teach you guys basically everything I know about the 777. Applies to all versions of the 777, whether it be the freighter, the 200DR, the 300DR, the 200LR, right? All versions of the 777 that PMDG offers, right? I mean, at the end of the day, they're all the same aircraft with minor differences, right? And the differences are not in the flight deck, and are not, well, there's a difference in how each one hand flies, but that's about it. So, but anyway, I've officially begun working on that. Right, I'm gonna film part 1 of it later this week. Part 1 of it is going to be going over the FMC, going over some of the advanced stuff in the FMC, right? So I'll talk about fixes. So this fix button here, actually, we do have a fix that I put in. I'll show you what that does now. So if we were to change this over to plan here, and come over here to scroll over here, right? What I've done is I've created a circle, right? This here is a 20-mile radius circle from Heathrow. Okay, and what I've also done is I've also put in these. So I have a line 090 degrees, right? Yeah, that gives me kind of, in a way, a really extended localizer for 27. For the 27s, I mean, rough estimate, really rough estimate, right? And then I've also done a line for facing 270 degrees. Okay. And that's for 09. Okay. Right, and so that gives me rough estimates. Right. Main thing is, the main thing this will help us out for is vectors for the initial approach. Okay. Because I always go with the same way that they do it in real life, which is radar vectors beyond Bovington. Right. And then radar, and then you can of course do the same thing as usually radar vectors from Occam as well. Anyway, that's the way I do stuff. Right. But having this ring here, 20-mile ring, pretty helpful. And actually, what we can do real quickly, go ahead and show you something that's going to be in it. Go ahead and add a 10-mile ring. So actually, under, can we just do like a slash? So we don't need an extra line. Yes, we can. Right. Go slash, and that gives us a 10-mile ring. Right. So. Right. And that gives us about a 10-mile ring around Heathrow. So, these are known as fixes. Very, very complex at times, but it's fine. They're not that bad. And then I don't know if you can do pilot waypoints in this. You might. I actually wonder if we can fix that. I wonder if we can figure that out real quickly. Would it be fixed? Maybe. let's run a random. No. I know how to do it in Airbus. I don't. Can you do pilot waypoints in the 777? I don't know. In the 777, it's very, very helpful. Yeah, in the 777, it is in the A320s, it is really helpful to do pilot waypoints, especially on like visual approaches. So, for the around the world, we were flying into an airport that's really not meant for A320s. It's really meant for like Cessnas. 1 second. Right. It's really, right, anyway, we're flying into Gulf Mike Tango. And Gulf Mike Tango is a complete visual airport, right? You don't have an ILS, you don't have PAPIs, you don't have nothing. Right, so it helps when you can do pilot waypoints, because now what you can do is you can set yourself up for a 10-mile final off the runway, if you know what I mean. Right, Gibraltar's another good example, right? Visual approach, what you can do is you can make yourself some waypoints, you can assign altitudes to them, right? Very, very helpful. Very, very helpful to do. Seb, I am working on doing the things that you asked me to do. Is it in Statistics Center? I'm just looking for a way to easily copy it over. What is my ACID? Yeah, I can send it to him because, actually, I'll just go ahead and make my CID right now. For anyone interested, CIDs are kind of like, well, they're not usernames, so, on Fastly. But, go ahead and link it now. You can find anyone's CID. It's looking at VATS and radar. It's right there. 1864478. So, they kind of like user identifiers. But anyway, we're going to be covering fixes in the FMC thing. In the FMC video, we're going to be covering VNAV, we're going to be covering direct waypoints, all that wonderful stuff. We are going to be covering all that wonderful stuff. At the server. Eastern. No, just go America, New York. Next. Choose your updates channel. Announcements. No. Done. Alright, so that bot is now installed. Alright. Damn, Seven's really. It's like all I had to do was give him the authorization. It's like he's already doing a lot. I don't think so. Alright, let's see. And then you needed, Alright, Discord updates, give it the admin role. Alright. Start working on this Discord here. I don't want to like open up the Discord on my PC because Discord does take up a lot of memory. It's actually like kind of ridiculous. All right. Let's see. Settings. Roles. Admin. I don't know. I don't know how to do this up. You're gonna have to do this for me. Channels. Announcements. Channel permissions. Roles. Admin. Me. Bots. Right. Alright, and then you need me, and then Seb needs me to change something else. Community update. Okay, that needs to be, that needs to get changed as well. So all I had to do was give him the go-ahead. Which is wonderful. Wonderful that someone's actually taking care of this for me. Alright. Let's see. Notification settings. Nope. Settings. Channels. Announcements. Oh, it would be in community settings. Idiot. Community updates channel. Discord updates. Rules. I think that does it. Unless it's in. Unless there's another one. Alright, anyway. Let's take a look. Fuel temp is now minus 11, that's fine. And, for anyone who's curious, we are entering into Oceanic. Which is, yay! We are entering into Oceanic without clearance, by the way. Take a look quickly. Is the NetTrack website? No, the NetTrack website's still broken. So everyone's flying across the Atlantic without a. Everyone's flying across the Atlantic, I guess, without Oceanic clearance, which is sad, but whatever. I did see that the Oceanic controller was on earlier in the flight, and I wonder if they were just like, I don't know. But I tried for my Oceanic clearance, and it said the TMI couldn't be 0. You know, try again with a bullshit time. Going 370, we can take 390. And I'll try. 084. Going NatTrack from Ellery. Gander. Estimated arrival for fix. I will put in bullshit time at like 6:30. TMI on top of the page is it's still at 0. And requesting 37. Yeah. Ender. Yeah, no, the TMI is still broken, by the way. It's still broken. Again, in testing it, I did make a mistake, but I mean, it's still broken, so. Which sucks. Oh dear. Created a bot. Oh, great. On the bright side, this is all wonderful. So, on the bright side, maybe by the end of tonight, I'll be able to announce my new Discord server. So, fly out altitude. I love how you put fly out altitude. Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. Because for those who don't know, your fly out altitude is usually never correct in comparison to what you're actually going to use. So, most likely, it'll be 10 a.m. or it'll be 9 a.m. Heathrow time when we land. So, it'll be 9:30. So, yeah, it'll be daylight. We'll probably begin to get daylight here soonish, actually. And we're already oceanic, so I mean the long part. Yeah, I say that the long part's done. Really, we're really going oceanic is about halfway through. But if I had to guess, we'll probably get some daylight in about 2-3 hours. Usually probably in the second half of oceanic. So usually in the second half of oceanic is when we begin to get some daylight. So yeah, a lot of people love night flying. My social study. Oh dear. Uh-oh. How much are you gonna get bashed? I've been there, so. Fortunately, I'm no longer taking classes, so. Not yet, anyway. Can't wait to begin pilot school. If I get my medical. Which. How long from now? So current times you lose 5:50. I mean, I don't know the exact time that we'll begin to see the sun. But probably no longer than about 2-3 hours. Actually, we'll be landing in about 3 hours. We'll be landing in about 3 hours. That was 3.5 hours, so probably about 2 hours. Probably about 2 hours if I had to guess. At absolute max. We might be getting to see traces of it. We might be getting to see traces in an hour or so. If I had to guess. Yeah. So, yeah, it's very rare, unless I'm like starting the stream like really early, which never happens, to be honest. Unless I'm like starting the stream like really early. We usually begin to get daylight around like half an hour before we enter Irish airspace. So. That's why I'm kind of like focused on the screen here. I'm not really giving anyone the cinematic view. Then when we begin to get the when we begin to get a little closer with the with some nice sunrises, what I'll probably do actually is I'll probably turn off my camera and go actually to this view, and I'll send you all in oceanic, or I'll send you all in the cinematic view. Of course, with the microphone still on. But our ETA is in like 3.5 hours, so this flight is going by very quickly today. And we'll probably actually do another leg after this, to be honest. What are we thinking? We'll see. We'll see what ATC is online, but no, you can't tell. You can't tell. No, I'm joking. We're flying a 777-200 ER. We're flying a 777-200. My lovely 772. For those who are completely unaware, I absolutely adore the 777-200s. I absolutely love the 777-200ER. It is by far my favorite aircraft to fly. It is truly amazing. I love every aspect of it. I love every aspect of the 777-200. And I love the 777-300 as well, but the 777-200, it's a bit more it's a bit less common. It's a bit more versatile, right? I mean, I've taken the 777-200 off at Bristol, and actually I've done it at Gulf Mike Tango very illegally before, but no, it wasn't illegal because I didn't do it on VATSIM. But the 777-200 is a lot more versatile than the 300. One of the things I find with the 300 is, especially if you look at the tail, there's a lot of airports where that tail will kind of be sticking out a little bit farther beyond the stand, right? And you don't get that in the 200, not usually. For that reason, I prefer it. That's just one of the many reasons that I prefer the 200. No, that's this. That's this. My number one favorite plane to fly. It's the 777-200. It is by far my favorite aircraft. Well, favorite aircraft to fly in the sim. In real life, I love the. Actually, in real life, you give me a 777-200. I love that thing as well. But in terms of let me think. In terms of planes to fly on in real life, throw me an Airbus. Throw me a nice bus. I mean, I love the look of the A321neo with the mask. That thing looks absolutely gorgeous. I love the look of the A321neo. Then you throw me an A319. That's also quite nice. I just don't like the A320. The A320 is like boring. It's boring if you ask me. But the A321 is always nice. Then I love the 777, obviously. Then the Dreamliner I could care less about. I'm not the biggest fan of the Dreamliner, to be honest. And I don't know if that's just because I don't have a very nicely modeled one in the sim to really learn how to fly, or if it's just that I just don't like them. But I flew on two Dreamliners a few years back, and they weren't great. I mean, it kind of felt as if they could fall apart easily, which I know that they can, of course. Of course, I know that they can't, but the ride felt bumpy when it really shouldn't have, if you know what I mean. It wasn't turbulent, and it felt the same way coming back, right? And we definitely had turbulent moments in that flight, right? But the overall ride just felt bumpy compared to the 777, if you know what I mean. And part of me has to wonder if that's just because the Dreamliner's a lighter aircraft. And then the A380, I mean, yeah. A380's nice. A380's nice. I mean, could my experience have been better on an A380? Yeah. But I mean, no, whatever. But in real life, you throw me a 777 and I'll love the thing as well. I mean, nothing wrong with the 777. I mean, especially if you know how to. Especially if you know, quite reasonably how to all the ins and outs of it. I mean, I spent so much time in this PMDG 777. It's insane, but I mean, it's wonderful. This thing really is wonderful. So, anyway. Let's see here. You've got mail. Mail for myself. Remember the, oh, you guys might be a little, one of y'all probably, knows the, you've got mail reference. I'm not that old. I never owned AOL. I never had an AOL email. I got Gmail. Actually, I got like 5 emails. All right. Let's see here. Anything too special? All right. Fuel temperature -4. That's fine. Check. -12. Got 42.6 tons of fuel on board right now, which is more than enough to get us over to Heathrow. Though I am beginning to think that we're gonna have to hold at Bovington. Go ahead and show y'all the situation. And I've explained this now a few times, but so our zero fuel weight today is a lot higher than it usually is because I've had to make an adjustment in SimBrief because apparently stuff wasn't set up correctly, and I'm only just finding that out now after months of flying it. I have a guess. Who? Oh, I know the 747. The 747 is a good aircraft. And I do want to learn how to fly the 747-400 more specifically. The 1 to 200, those things look too complicated for me. The 800, the 800 it's all right, but then we have 400. And actually, PMDG is working on one, and I'll be one of the first people to buy it, most likely. All right. Anyway, we have a situation with the fuel. So because our zero fuel weight is a lot higher than it previously has been, we are currently estimating to arrive at Heathrow not even a ton below our maximum landing weight. Right, so our maximum landing weight is 208 tons. Our zero fuel weight is 186.5, and we're estimating to arrive at Heathrow with essentially 21 tons of fuel. What that means. Actually, let's put this in now. So we go over to hold. Let's put in hold at Bovington. Okay, and we're gonna have to pull up the chart for this. Because I forget the exact VOR. I think it's the first one. Though I don't know for certain. We're gonna have to pull out the charts for this. But let's plan to hold. Right. Not to mention plan to hold it anyway. Well, if it's here 9 day, then we might end up holding it in Honolulu actually. If it's what's the weather? We'll see if it changes here. 60 degrees 6. I mean, I know that BR, so yeah, might change. All right. Anyway, new grid 2 hotel arrival. We've already put that in. Okay, that thing, or that's not gonna change. But anyway, so it's Bovington, which is it is the first one. It is in fact the first one, so it is 13.75. Right, so I'm gonna grab that. I'm going to put that all the way at the end here. Yep, there we go. Okay, and what I'm going to do now is I'm going to verify the inbound course and verify the churns. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. I still don't know what rule that I have set up that keeps breaking that. One happens at exactly 1:02 in the morning every day. All right. So what we need to do here is we need to look at this chart. And so we see here we have the Bovington hold. So our inbound vector is going to be 115 degrees. And that is correct. That is going to be right-hand turns. Okay. And then I do believe it is 1 minute legs, though it doesn't specify. Doesn't specify. But it does say our max speed of 220 knots. So, anyway. Yeah, so we'll throw in 1 minute legs. Okay. Go ahead and execute that. And now, what that means is, remember, we already have this thing set at plan. Next page. Right. As we get over to Heathrow. Let's zoom in a little bit. Well, you can kind of see it. Right there. There we go. Now the hold is, in fact, put in. Which is wonderful. Setup showed. I love it. I love it. I love it. So, anyway, we now have the hold in, right, as we can see right there. So now we will hold at Bovington approximately 1 orbit, and we'll tell ATC. If we get ATC, we'll inform them. Especially if we get any center, right, we'll inform them that we need to hold. Just due to us being a little above our maximum, or just due to us being a little closer to our maximum landing weight than I'd exactly prefer. Ideally, I want to be about a ton below our maximum landing weight, and that's just for New Sky. Which, for those who don't know, what New Sky is. New Sky. Qatar A3. The Qatar A380 is my second favorite plane. Plane is 747 Qantas. Yeah, sad. It's sad the 747s have come to the end, which I know there still are a few carriers out there, especially Lufthansa. But I mean, to be honest, I really need to get on a 747 flight because I need to do that here soon because it probably won't be around much longer. Anyway, for those who don't know what New Sky is, it is a flight logger, kind of. So it's a platform for virtual airlines. So I fly for the AirNott virtual airline, right? Where airlines can have fleets of aircraft, right? So here at AirNott, we actually have a fairly large fleet of aircraft. I mean, you can see have a fair amount, right? I mean, and kind of simulates a real airline, right? I mean, you have routes that, if they're not flown, they do cost the virtual airline money. You have routes, right? Each plane costs the airline money on a daily basis, right? Right, and then in terms of your flights, right, you get judged, right? So, anyway, you get judged. So this was yesterday's flight, 22 Bravo, from Heathrow to Baltimore, right? And we did pretty good. I mean, we did 9.96. I mean, it's just an off-center line takeoff, which I don't understand how it was, because that looked pretty dead on to me. But anyway, New Sky will get everything from a sim. It'll rely off your Sims data, right? So very little chance that it'll be messed up. I actually think about it, maybe it was a little off-center line with that takeoff. Right, it'll judge your landing though, so we did a pretty good touchdown into Baltimore actually. 266 feet per minute, 1.14 Gs in challenging conditions, with max inline deviation of 3.37 meters. They really want you under 4 meters, which is in normal conditions. So, and then I think in challenging conditions they give you up to 8, right? And then you will get fined if you like completely fuck up the aircraft, right? So, here's a flight from December, right? It was a Baltimore Heathrow, unfortunately, and I messed up massively in the go around, right? But we cost the airline $98,000, right? Because I messed up in the go around. Essentially, I did pitch, but the engines were not. I pulled back, but the engines were not quite in. The engines weren't quite in. They were still spooling up, right? And so I went to initiate the go around, right? We plummeted. We didn't stall, but we kind of did as well, causing that extremely terrible touchdown, right? Actually, this cost me my New Sky rating for my type rating for a while, right? And then you can get type rated here, at least virtually. Of course, not in real world, right? So we are currently type rated for the 777 and A320s. I think the next type rating we're going to get is probably going to be for the 737. Right, and in order to get type rated, you have to have 5 things: minimum of 50 flights in the aircraft. Check my Discord. All right, checking it. Stream schedule. All right. Oh, do I have a favorite font? Not really. Not really. I do not have a favorite font. You have to show me how to do all this. So, right. Right. So you have, for type rating on New Sky, you have to have 50 flights in the aircraft, 50 hours in the aircraft, right? Which in the real world, it's insane how many hours you need in the aircraft. Well, actually, no, it isn't. Then you need an average rating for the past 30 flights in that aircraft of 9.5 or higher. A minimum rating for the past 10 flights of 8.0 or higher. And then your last flight cannot have been more than 30 days ago. Right. So, thoughts? Oh, is this the website? Oh, looks pretty good. Looks pretty good. Looks pretty good, Seb. Get to, I'll have to purchase another domain here soon. Actually, I'll do it Thursday. I'll purchase watched. I don't know if they renewed this year. Did the Ryan MCFS one back in the early days? The channel we were named Ryan MCFS. Actually, I should have the Ryan TechFS. I think I do own the Ryan TechFS domain though. I don't know. But Seb, I'll purchase a domain later this week, and then you can link it, or you can send me. Or I mean, I know how to link domains. So there was a time in my life where I did study cybersecurity, and so I do know how to do a lot of the networking stuff. But anyway, that's New Sky. New Sky's an amazing tool. I use it for basically every flight now. Right. And another nice thing about New Sky, and Seb, you'll be really happy to hear this. We now have. You can do tours, right? So tours/awards, is what they call it, right? So, last year we ended the year off with finishing the Around the World, which was, that was a challenge. That was a challenge, but worth every second of it. I enjoyed every second of it. No, let's see here. Anyone else who's finished it? No, Josh is working on it though. When was this last one? The other day. So far it's just the four of us: Grumpy, Steven, Joanna, and I. Oh, Joanna pissed me off. She finished it a day before I did. So I was the fourth one to finish it, despite me having started way before her. But anyway. Right, so you can set up tours in New Sky, and yeah, it's amazing. It really is. Let's see. Right. So, and then another tour we get to do. We're gonna finish up the pole-to-pole first. Which is the next one we're working on. Which is we're gonna. I was gonna try to do it in the 737, but we're gonna do it in A320 as well. Right. We now have a new 50-state U.S. tour, which is amazing. Okay. 50 legs. Someone's already working on it. And it ends it off perfectly in Honolulu. It ended off perfectly in Honolulu. Seb, you can put whatever you think is good on the homepage. You can put stream schedule. I don't actually know if there's a New Sky integration. Right. You can put whatever you want on the homepage. Just make it look good is all I ask. And of course, give yourself as much credit as you need, or as you want, because you are. Okay, Seb's the one who programmed this little bar here that you can see this little overlay, and it's like, I've had that. It's so nice because it connects directly to VATSIM. It's built directly off the VATSIM network, and so it's like, when I go to fly, it's like I don't have to update it. It's like I can just load up, I can just file the flight plan, and I don't have to do anything. It'll automatically update for everyone, which is amazing. So. But anyway, Seb, I'll have be aware that I will be coming to you for help at Honolulu again at the end of this 50-state U.S. tour, which will begin once we are done with the pole-to-pole. We'll probably do something with the pole-to-pole tomorrow night, actually. Probably do another 2 or 3 legs tomorrow night. Probably begin tomorrow night's stream around 11. probably actually take the 777 as well because their first flight tomorrow night is about 1,000 miles. Anyway, do you have another step climb coming up? We do not. ETA for Heathrow, so 9:24. So, oh, you're S2 now. So that means tower, right? That means you're tower, right? Nice. I am still S0 because I'm still in my massive wait list. Actually, what is my update? Checked it a lot recently. It's 500 something in position. Nice. Congrats, man. Congrats. I am 521 in position with a VAT UK. And I'll be starting off at Edinburgh. Don't need to get tier 2 for Honolulu. So I guess you can do like one of like the really small airports. Tower. But nice. I am still S0/OBS rated for air traffic control, which essentially means I can't do anything. It means I can't do anything when it comes to controlling. I am currently 521 in position for VAT UK, and I've been on this waitlist since end of September. Which actually, for 4 months, that's actually really good to have completely cut the waitlist in half. For 4 months, that's actually really good. I mean, I was told to expect over a year-long wait. So it's like that's actually really good. Though it is going down slower though. That's one of the things I have noticed. And then they do kick people off the wait list if you haven't fulfilled certain criteria. They will kick people off the wait list if they haven't fulfilled certain criteria. Well, kind of. They'll kick people off the wait list. So every quarter, what they do is they run a. They'll send everyone an email saying that you have to click something if you're still interested. Kind of just essentially verify that you're still like active in a way. If you don't click on the link to that email, then you get booted from the waitlist. So there's a few ways to get booted from the waitlist. That's one of them. The other is just being inactive on VATS entirely. But I'm going with VAT UK because I don't actually have any intention of staying here in the US much longer than about 2 years. Yeah. Let's see here. How else can you get booted from the waitlist? Let's see here. I don't know. But yeah, no. We do. There are certain criteria for a waitlist. So, all right. If you're not already a member of the VAT Sim UK's division, the first step is to follow the instructions. Okay. Blah. If you need, you can take it. Okay. You will lose your place on waiting list if you later transfer to another division. So, all right. Required software, blah blah blah. So yeah. And then so actually let me just go ahead and pull this up for everyone. For all those curious in my progress with the VAT UK. I'm doing VAT Sim UK because that's where I want to control. And I'm a UK citizen, so they have no reason to deny me. And fly here in the U.S. that often. We fly out of the U.S. every day, or twice per week. Or we do a single airport here in the U.S. twice per week, but that's about it. So, here, let me go ahead and feel this different one. So what it's gonna look like for me. It's ATC training process. Is that it? No. Controllers become a controller. That's what I did. Right. So you join the waitlist and you complete the S1 exam, which I'm gonna begin to work on here soon. I have a few things I have to hear, but maybe later, maybe in the second half of this week, I'll be able to do more work on the Moodle that they give you. Right. You have to complete the S1 CTS exam. Right. And then you get the offer. Okay. And then you go to a seminar for allocated training for aerodromes, and then you do an aerodrome specific Moodle. Right. So you start off with Manchester, Edinburgh, or Stansted. And I have opted to go with Edinburgh because Eddie's always a nice airport. It's relatively simple, but it also does get a good rush quite often as well. And then you go off to OBS Part 2 mentoring. Right, and then you take your practical exam. Take your observer practical exam. And then you get your S1 rating. So, right, so. But anyway, that's gonna be my process for S1. Right. Now I do need to take the theory exam, but I'll work on that once I know the material a bit better. I still need to learn how to read TAF. I've never read TAF before. I know how to read METAR. Mostly. I don't think I've ever read TAF though. METAR's easy though. Here, go and pull up the METAR for Heathrow. For Heathrow, the METAR is Heathrow as of today, the 18th at 5:50 Zulu. Surface wind 060 degrees at 6 knots. That's not convincing. That visibility is not convincing. Hopefully it improves by the time I get there. 6,000 meters visibility over. In the U.S., they'll put SM for statute miles. So keep that in mind. Overcast at 300 feet. Oh, great. So, yeah, that's definitely Cat 3 territory. Temperature 7, dew point 7, QNH 1017. Temporary fluctuations, and then 4,000 broken is what I think that is. Though, actually, it should be. No, that's not right, because it's broken is 040. BKN. So I don't know what that is, but I hope. And actually, we should be getting an updated METAR Actually, we should be getting an updated METAR here soon. But yeah, hopefully these conditions improve a little, because I do not want to end a 6.5-hour flight off with a plane that lands itself. I do not want to do that. But right now it's a possibility. That said, though, it should improve. It should. Anyway, I know enough there to know that conditions are not ideal. But we'll take a look at it again as we get a little closer. But 060 degrees 6 knots, that seems very 09 day. That seems very much like a 09 day, which means we have to change our hold to hold Honolulu. Which is amazing. Just amazing. So what we'll do is, if we do 09, actually what we could do for 09 is, we take a look at the arrival. What we usually end up doing and what ATC will vector you for is, they'll tell you to hold Honolulu, and then they'll begin to vector you beyond about Soppit or Wesco for the ILS, right? They'll give you like sometimes what they'll do is they'll vector you like this, right? Sometimes they'll get you as far as Bovington, and then send you like a direct, and then they'll vector you like this, direct, pretty much direct, right? I've had them, but I've never seen them do it like, right? I've never seen them do that, right? What I've seen them do though, I have received vectors several times from about Soppit and Wesco, right? Oh, good. So anyway, then that means that our next logical option to hold is going to be Honolulu, which we have held at Honolulu a few times. We've held there plenty of times in the past. So, actually, let's actually throw in that hold now, to be honest. So hold legs. Hold at Oscar Hotel November. Honolulu, the VOR for that is 113.65. And select where we put it in. Put it in there. The inbound, of course, the inbound vector for that is 114 degrees. And then, yes, it'll be right hand turns. Sorry, 144 degrees, not 114. 144 degrees, and then it'll be right hand turns. And then in terms of, it'll be 1 minute legs is what I'm thinking. Doesn't give you distance, so execute that. Alright, so now if we were to take a look here, get package. Alright, so if we were to take a look here, you can see that we've put in the hold for Honolulu. And actually we do have a discontinuity after that, so Tobin. Alright, so now you can see that we put in the hold. So now we have 2 holds. Okay. Which is wonderful. And then if we need to like, let's say cancel a hold, right, then what we'll just do is actually let's cancel the Bovington one. Right, we'll go in. That'll cancel it. I don't want to do that right now. So, but anyway, that is holds. And that'll be covered in the video that I aim to have out by around Saturday. That is part 1 of the 777. Part 1 of learning the 777. Which is learning the FMC. Because I find that in order to have a smooth, proper flight in the 777, I find that it is extremely important to have the FMC set up correctly. I find that it is one of the most crucial things with the 777. You want a nice, smooth flight, you need to have that thing set up correctly. It's important to set it up correctly. It's important to make sure it's all good. And it's like one of those things that's like, once you know how to use the FMC, you kind of know how to fly the aircraft, right? I mean, obviously, you still need. There's other parts that you still need to learn, but it's the key for the 777 is having the FMC set up correctly, right? That's one of the big keys with the 777. For other aircraft like the 737, it's not as important, right? Even arguably with the A320s, I mean, you still need to have those things set up nicely, but they're not as. I find that the A320s, or and the Airbus in general, I find that those are not necessarily. I find that if you mess up, or that if you do something weird with those, well, A, it just won't. It straight up won't allow you to. But B, it will. It just won't, right? It won't change. It won't change anything that much, right? Rather, the 777's like get it set up correctly. Is what I'm saying, right? And that'll be a video that I film. Probably it won't be Tuesday. Probably Wednesday if I had to guess. Right, doing a full 777 guide. Doing a full mediocre 777 guide. And we're gonna do about one part per week, up until it's done. So, actually, speaking of YouTube, I do still have a few things I need to update on YouTube. Your channel. Playlists. This here is a private one. Customized channel maybe? No, it's I gotta go in studio. Do studio. Content. Playlists. Create playlist. Tutorials. Add videos. So, add that one. And great. I have to go through them and add them all. Great. Damn it. That's annoying. One of the goals that I've set out for this year is I definitely want to do a lot more videos. A massive amount. Actually, videos right there. Alright. Let's see. North American VATSIM versus European VATSIM. I want to add that to the playlist. I don't do that many did I never make one for the Oceanic? Did I never make an Oceanic video? I did not. Holy shit. I've never made an Oceanic video. Holy shit. I thought I did because I did a guide. I thought I did because I did a guide over on the AirNott Discord, and I guess I didn't do it. Damn, I've never done an oceanic tutorial. Totally. For those who don't know, the oceanic, you have SoCal, and SoCal is weird. So, alright, I'm getting a little peckish. What do I have in the fridge? I got some nuggets still from work. I didn't steal them, they were left over. For those who don't know, I work evening shifts at work, and I get to close up. I get to be the one who locks the door at night. They're cold. I think they've been in a fridge for 4 hours. Alright. Let me see if I can't try to use Discord on the internet. On the web. Yeah. I think it's very good. Login. Oh, login with QR code. There we go. That works better. Can't scan that with the Discord app. You. Settings maybe? Account, maybe. No. Connections, no. No. I don't know how to do this. I've done it in the past. Done it in the past. Oh, there we go. Done. Done. I love how first thing I see is a bar at the top that says of Discord that says, "Want to take full advantage of Discord with better performance, in-game overlay, and more? Use the desktop app." Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, no thanks. I already had the desktop app installed. It's just that the amount of memory that Discord uses is insane. So. Yeah, the amount of messages, or the amount of RAM that Discord uses is insane, which is fine for me, so. Let's see. Rules, which I need to update. Because, I'm gonna take off the political part because, I mean, it's fine. I mean, people want to get, get you political. I don't have an issue with it. As long as it's not like offensive. But, Yeah, so if we could add like a channel for well, actually I don't care. To be honest, actually it can all go in the general channel. To be honest. I love this. Where's Ryan? I love it. Hilarious. Memes, media, aviation news. That's one. I'm happy. I'm happy you thought about adding that. No. Announcements. Setup. FAQ. Yeah, nicely done, said. Nicely done. Alright. Of course, my dog has come to beg. My dog has come to beg at me. Right, so I would recommend we open up Minecraft, but I mean, I'm kind of enjoying just chilling here. And to be honest, come on in. Oh, thanks, Lily. So we're gonna arrive at Heathrow at 9:24. That's the current estimate. Of course, that's not accurate. It'll be closer to 5. Or sorry, it'll be closer to 10. We'll need to do a leg after. We'll need to do a leg after. After is what I'm thinking. I mean, of course, we'll have to see what ATC is online. I would assume that anywhere in Europe is probably not ideal. And we could go Schiphol, maybe. We could go Schiphol. Yeah, what's the, here? Yeah, so we'll end up doing a small little flight after this, to be honest. We gotta work on, within an hour of Blighty. Ooh. That's a tiny little leg. Newcastle to Belfast. And we have to do it. That's a really tiny leg right there. And I thought, Belfast to Edinburgh was short. We should probably. Well, yeah, after we're done with these, because they don't take that long. Because the Baltimore Heathrows don't take that long. We should probably begin to do a small legs. We should probably begin to work on the within an hour of Blighty. So we could go that'll be Belfast to Newcastle. Sorry, my bad. Newcastle to Belfast. That'd be quite good. That would be quite good. I mean, obviously, we'd have to switch aircrafts, but I mean, that's fine. Let's see here. Newcastle looks pretty good. Yeah, Newcastle looks pretty good. I mean, well, aside from the visibility. What does Belfast look like? Is this EasyJet sim pilot? This guy. Sorry, I'm getting distracted here. Yeah. Belfast looking much better than Newcastle. Yeah. We'll do that after, most likely. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that afterwards. Do it like an A320 or A319 or something. All right. Now I'm curious on what airlines we have here. Apparently, Lufthansa has an official. Apparently, Lufthansa has an official virtual airline, and well, no, sorry, it's supported by some market. Never mind. Apparently, New Sky didn't realize that you know, else is also an SK. Spirit. In fairness, it doesn't make sense. So we have Osprey. LOT, Turkish jet team. Let's see. IATA. NK. That's right. I see the difference now. Idiot. An idiot. So your EasyJet. Does BA really have a? Does BA really have a virtual airline on here? Pretty sure we screwed. Holy. British Airways Group. Community virtual. Oh. Ooh. Cool. Let's see here. What's their fleet look like? Is it like a complete replica of their real life fleet? And it's like a complete replica of ooh. That's cool. That's cool. I got an A380, A359. Do they really have 737s? That's hilarious. For those who don't know, BA does not actually operate 737s. Once upon a time they used to. Let's see here. Horizon Rolls-Royce. Please tell me they have some 777 tuners. Oh yeah, they do. Oh yeah. So. Yeah, they got some 777s. They also have a small basic Gatwick here. That's cool. That's really cool. That said, though, I have my virtual airline. I have my virtual airline that I'm part of. Is it really just us who's flying it right now for the entirety of AirNott? Oh dear, it is. That's us. That's us. Let's take a look at our operations. Last I checked, our operations were looking a little not great. At Bristol, yeah, we still have. Oh man, at the very least at Bristol, we repopulated Bristol. That's. I think Eddie might need some help. Oh no, Eddie does not need some help. That's nice. That's nice. Let's see, we got 5 aircrafts at Eddie. We have 2 A320s, one 737-8, which that was, I think, me. It was either me or David. And we have another one. And then we have another. Then we have an A319. Good. I'm very happy to see that Edinburgh has been repopulated. Now it's the situation at Gatwick, though. Gatwick's looking a little dry, not gonna lie. For supposedly our hub, Gatwick's looking a little dry. Got an A319, A321 Neo. We have a 737-800. We have an A313-900. We have a Dreamliner. Check Discord. Alright. Alright. Yeah, saying that. Wonder if the FAA broke something again. Oh, hilarious. Hilarious. Yeah. Yeah, feel free to give them my information. But take a look at it again. I mean, we're too far across the Atlantic for me to want to file an oceanic clearance, but I mean, we're flying clearanceless. Yeah, the TMI is still 0. I know, y'all can't see that, but, yeah, it's weird. I find it kind of annoying. Linus just tested the E190. This thing can't wait for update that adds direct functionality, and yeah, it's about somebody out doing. Nice. So Linus, who's a good friend of mine on AirNott, he did. How long till I land? ETA 9:24. So actually, they could really not that long. 2.5 hours. 2.5 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes ish. So if you like, if you want to mark your alarm for like, yes, you're on the East Coast, or sorry, you're not on the East Coast. You're in the UK, I believe, if I saw that correctly. Could have been someone else though. If you want to set your alarm for like 9 o'clock at Zulu. Like 9 Zulu, and that's when we'll be. That's when we'll be like properly in our descent. We won't have it landed at that point in time. So if you want to tune back in around 9 o'clock at Zulu, so that's in roughly 2 hours. Wouldn't be offended by doing that. Would not be offended. I mean, this is a 7-hour, well, 6-hour flight. But I mean, it's not. It's a good flight though. It's a good flight. A good way to end the week. Actually, freaking amazing way to end the week, to be honest. Let's see here. What's the situation? I can't help. Oh, it's 6 p.m. So in that case, you're gonna set your alarm for like 8 p.m. That's when we'll be landing. No, that's when we'll be descending. I can't help but think that we have too many aircrafts at East Midlands. So here we have an A306 freighter. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 777 freighters. And then we have an A340-300, which I could care less about the 340. You know, but that's still a lot of aircrafts, and I can't voice that. That's a lot of aircrafts that are not getting flown. I mean, okay, the 777s are getting flown. So, at least someone's flying the 777s. Yeah. Oh, Manchester looks nice and populated. We have an A359, an A35 Kilo, one A320, an A321, an A319, and a 737. That's nice. Alright, what's it? Castrop. What's that? Copenhagen. Let's see. One A320, an A321, 737, A321, and another 737. And yeah. Alright, so our operations are not looking too horrendous. And we could probably bring something to Bergen, but at Stockholm we have an A321, we have an A320 Neo at Oslo. Let's see. Prague's a pretty popular destination of ours. We have an A320 and two A320s, both from Bristol. That's how it works. And then 737 from Castrop. These operations are looking pretty good. It's a lot better than it is a lot better than our operations were a few weeks ago. We've moved a lot of our aircrafts. We've put in as a group effort to relocate some aircrafts that weren't getting flown from destinations that weren't getting flown to repopulate some of our bigger hubs. Right. So a lot of people love flying out of Bristol. Challenge. There's a lot of unused planes. Go and fly the least used plane. There's a lot of unused planes. There's a lot of. Actually, there's a way to find out what aircraft's not getting used. If we look at the fleet stats, so we have a 737, that's not being used. Yeah, there's a lot of aircrafts that are not being used. We have 737 at Athens. That'd be smart. Nice little flight. That's right. I do think we did just recently add a bunch of aircrafts, though. Let's see. Yeah, I think we added a bunch of aircrafts, though. Fairly. I think we added a bunch of aircrafts fairly recently as well. We have 157 aircrafts. Alright, now I'm curious. What are my 777s looking like? What are my 777s looking like? What are my 772s looking like? Um, 122 hours in Pratt & Whitney. 336 hours in the GE. Not another live stream. It'll be the same. It'll be the same stream. But we'll probably do another leg after this. To be honest, probably do another leg after this. Either something on with the either an hour at Blighty, that one would be Newcastle to Belfast, or something else. I haven't quite figured it out yet. We'll see. We'll see what the weather looks like as we get a little closer. So the weather needs to improve in order for me to fly out of pretty much anywhere in the UK right now. Though Athens might not be a bad option. Do perform in a Seb's challenge. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, my the GE 777, which I believe is the one we're flying right now. That is 336 hours in that. All right, so actually that's like really up there. That's like really up there then. That is like really up there then. So let's see here. Airbus A320 with 541 hours. Oh, that is at an airport I have no clue where. And a Neo with 527 hours. It's nice. Let me scroll down and the next one. How's the 772 not out there? It just said 336 hours. Oh wait, it's not. That's because it's so wrong. Stupid. Wait, what? No, oh no, it's doing it by flights. It's doing it by bloody flights. That's bloody annoying. I want to see how many hours. Okay, how many flights are in my 777-200? The GE one, to be specific. Let's see here. GE. 93 flights. 93 flights. And the Pratt and Whitney are coming up. We need to move this Rolls-Royce one back to Baltimore, or over to Heathrow. Right now, it's currently at LAX, which is kinda useless to me. It's kinda useless. So just yeah. All right. Oh, I have bad news. Now we definitely need to hold. We are... I have bad news. Now I definitely need to hold. It's going to delay us on an already delayed flight. I just glanced down here and 21-1. That does something for us. What does that update the math to? Yeah. Well. Yeah. Gets us within mistake range. That gets us within... You have a present for me. Ooh. Ooh, nice. The website setup coming soon. Reviews about me. News feedback. Ooh. Nice. That is amazing. Thanks, Ed. Thanks. And later this week when I get paid, actually, let me see if I can buy the domain now. Actually, do I even have any money that I can use in the bank for quickly? Do I have anything? Do I have any money right now that I can use? I'll see if I can get a domain for that cheap. Don't think so. Sure. Last time I used is it Blue Square? Squarespace. I used Squarespace last time to buy the domain name. See how much that one's for? It is taken. What on earth? What? Ryan FS is taken. We could go ryan-fs.com. Could do that for 5. How many live stream videos have you done since the first video? What do I mean? Like videos of like live streams that I've turned into, like videos of streams that I've turned into videos. Because since the first one, I don't think I've done any since the first one. I don't think I've done any since the first one. Oh, maybe since the second one. Oh, I did 2 of those, right? I can't remember. Could go. This be stupid. RyanFS.UK for $13. That's ever so slightly out of my budget right now. RyanFS.net. Oh wait. Check Discord. Yes. Good job, Seb. Seriously, Seb. You own like half the channel now, to be honest. You're amazing. Yeah. in the credits see you. Sign on Discord. Yes, I did. I did. Aha! Streams. Aha! Yay! Title. Poll to poll. What part are we on for the poll to poll? I think we're on. I think it's gonna be part 3 next for the poll to poll. I'm gonna actually go ahead and schedule tonight's stream now. Stream. Yeah. Did I just mess something up majorly with YouTube? Let's see. You can view your channel live. Yeah, that is part 3 next. Poll to poll part 3. Out of curiosity, Seb, would this link by chance to, I guess it wouldn't. I have to wonder if there's a way to link the new stream part to YouTube. See if it can't just automatically pull everything. Like press of a button, something like that. But of course, I understand that might not be the easiest thing in the world. Sweet. I don't know that song. No, just barely. I might have it somewhere in the back of my head. I know part of West Virginia. That's basically all the country music I ever listened to. Ever keyword being listened. Apologies. Alright. What was I doing? We were going to schedule poll to poll part 3. Seb, I think you already know this, but y'all know how I make my thumbnails, right? Through literally Google Slides. I think you're talking about Sweet Home, West Virginia. I think you're talking about Sweet Home at West Virginia, to be honest. Let's see your screenshots. Yeah, I need to pull a good screenshot from the day. That's a pretty good one. I don't listen to music. I'm sorry. I don't. It's like people laugh at me at work for not. Because they tell them I don't listen to music that often. It's like it's been. I think it's been ages since I last sat down, turned on a song, and to listen to music. It's like I don't listen to music. So anyway, oh, perfect. Thanks, Seb. Thanks. I'm sorry. It's like I don't listen to music. I just don't. I mean, about 3 or 4 times per week, what'll happen is I'll come across I'll be scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and one of the shitty songs will get stuck in my head for a day or so. But I mean, outside of that, that's about it. So we did 3 legs. think that's all the screenshots I got for that. Go with that one. That one looks pretty nice. Pull to pull. Part 3. Number 3, pull to pull. So I'm gonna try my best to get the pull to pull done as fast as possible, so we can begin on the U.S. tour. Should I crack a beer? That'll be my final one. Yeah, I think it's a good night to crack a beer. Non-alcoholic. Let's see for those. Guinness, non-alcoholic. It's a nice time to crack a beer, I think. It's my final one as well, which is kind of sad, but I'll play some more. Depending on how big my paycheck is this week, I'll probably place an order. Don't worry, I'm not breaking any laws by doing this. Oh, delicious. Guinness is amazing. Actually, we have a joke over on AirNott, and it's hilarious. I have to remove this part because I failed my promise. Anyway, we have a joke. So the Phoenix is the absolute best aircraft there is in the sim. It's modeled really well. It's like proper study level, right? It's modeled really well. It performs really well, aside from VNav, which they're fixing. Right, and then Guinness. Basically, everyone over at AirNott loves Guinness. Let me just get a pen and paper. Just do this pen away. It's right, and so what we do is we call Guinness. We call we say that we're flying the Guinness, and we're flying the Phoenix, but we're flying the Guinness, but we're flying we're drinking the Phoenix, but we're flying the Guinness. That's what we say. Alright, my words. Pull to pull. What are the next legs? We did Madeira last time we did this, and actually had a really good landing into Madeira. I mean, now it costs us to go around to get that landing, but I mean, it was a really good landing. Guys, you know what I'm thinking for this? We have an 883 nautical mile leg, followed by a 400 nautical mile leg. Working on one right now. Followed by a 1,000 nautical mile leg. I think y'all know what I'm thinking. We'll give a good chance to get back in the 350 again. That'll be a good chance to give a 350 another go. 47. 47. You mean 47? Where is it? Yeah, I'm thinking we're gonna do tomorrow's in the in the 350. Yep. Working on scheduling one right now. Let's see here. Where was it again? Here it is. Thumbnails. That's not great. That's alright. It's squish, that's the issue. In that case, let's crop this. See if we can try to even it out a bit more. Set image as background. That's a little bit better. Still a little. Crop. What if I were to do that? That's better. Pull it up, bullet number 3. Download JPEG. Right. I gotta get these legs. We're revisiting some favorites on this tomorrow night. We'll be revisiting a favorite, Recession Island, which is an RAF base. So it is Golf Charlie Tango Sierra through Golf Bravo Yankee Delta, then off to Golf Foxtrot Lima Lima, ending in Foxtrot Hotel Alpha Whiskey. Alright, let's go ahead and get this scheduled for sub. Golf Charlie Tango Sierra Golf Bravo Yankee Delta. Golf Bravo Yankee Delta through Golf Charlie, sorry, no. Golf Foxtrot Lima Lima. Golf Foxtrot Lima Lima through Foxtrot Hotel Alpha Whiskey. Any builds? Airbus A350 1000. Change. What's that? Yeah, that was. That's how I make my thumbnails get everyone. I cheat and I use and then when you Iblis. Official deciding if the A350 can remain out of the hangar. XNO pull to pull part 3. Next tonight. I'm gonna put it at 10 p.m. preliminary, but it might get delayed. All right. There you guys said the stream scheduled now for you to work with. Stream is scheduled. It is scheduled now, so. Alright. Do mid-flight checking. Your pilot. Fuel temp, -1.2 degrees centigrade. Estimating Heathrow with 21.1 for fuel. doing not badly. We are on our... We're not quite on our final... Oh, we're about 320 miles away from being done with the ocean. So... Goodness, the way to go. I've also had a I've also had Heineken before, and I've had the non-alcoholic version of Heineken before as well. Had drink Heineken plenty actually over in over in the UK. Heineken non-alcoholic is pretty good. Have to yeah, place an order for Heineken actually. Guinness is better. No, place an order for Guinness. I'll place the order for Guinness instead of Heineken. Oh, look. There's the extended localizer. Here, actually, let's fix this. Let's fix that. That's hilarious. Get back into fix. /20. Here, delete. Now delete that. Now delete that. Add a 20-mile one. Alright. Looking on my phone now. I see it has the, okay. I can see, this stream right now. And it is fetching it, which is amazing. It is fetching it, which is nice. What about tonight's? It's catching today's, which is fine. If it catches only the most recent one, that works. I don't want like a bridge. I want /20. Because what that does is that creates... Oh, is it actually? Is it? Might not actually be doing that, which would be amazing. Oh, yay. Perfect. 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 So now what we have is, you have those two circles, but we don't have the annoying lines. Fixes at its finest. Freaking love fixes. Ever since I learned about them a few days ago. Let's see. Let's restart it. It's getting this one. It's getting this one in a nice format, so yeah, it's getting this one, which is fine. I mean, yeah, so it's getting this one. Click on sync from YouTube. Oh, there's a button. Here, actually, let me just do this through. Let me just do this through the computer. That'll be a little easier. Aha! Aha! It's got it. It's got it. It's got it. It's not, I wonder if it's not a. All right. Thanks for tuning in, man. Seriously, thanks for all your help. I really appreciate it. It's nice to have you back. I really appreciate it. Maybe you'll see the video of the landing later. Hopefully it's not a complete Cat 3 disaster. Because I do not like Cat 3s. I do not like Cat 3 landings at all. Cat 3s are horrendous and annoying. They are horrendously annoying. Because at the end of a long flight, all I went to do is hand fly the aircraft down, have a nice, smooth, butter touchdown. That's all I want to do. Can't do that with Cat 3. You can't. I'm sorry, it's just not possible. That's by definition of a Cat 3. You don't hand fly the aircraft at all. You let the aircraft land itself, and you monitor everything, and then you take it over once the aircraft is on the ground. So, for that reason, I don't like Cat 3s. And they are especially annoying at the end of a long flight. Especially annoying. It's snowing outside yet. Can't really tell if it's snowing outside yet. One second. Getting there. It's getting there. Yeah, it's getting there. So. Me. Worked in the oven. Very hungry. I paid no mercy. 3 hours to finish the. I have no clue what that is. I have no clue what that is. I have no clue. Streams. Let's see. Yeah, I have no clue what. Oh. Oh wait. No, it's not that. No. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank there. Look at that. We're beginning to get some sunlight. To you, Luis, who was wondering when we were going to get some sunlight. We're beginning to see it. And we are also approaching Ireland, and it is currently 7 in the morning over there. card game. Yeah, I've heard of Uno. I've played regular Uno, but if it was like, like a really weird version of it. Let me look it up. All right, Uno, no mercy. I see it now. Yeah, I've heard of regular Uno. Alright, eliminates players once they have 25 cards in their hands, and allows stacking, where players can draw, where players can stack, draw 2, and draw 4 on top of their cards to increase their next player's penalty. There are also new action cards like skip, everyone, and discard all. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. It took you 3 hours to do that. It took you 3 hours. Oh dear. Oh dear. You see when I find that whenever I do it, whenever I do the rules like that, it's like it goes by really fast. Eliminates players once they have 25 cards in their hands. Holy. Holy. That sounds insane. Yeah, I'm surprised it took you 3 hours. Alright, let's see. Airline, why would you do that? Oh wait, I know why. That's right. Airline declines Virgin Atlantic rebooking for Manchester to U.S. flights. So this goes back a few weeks. So a few weeks ago, Airline decided that they're straight up done with doing long hauls between the U.S. and Manchester. Okay. Now they're declining to put people on Virgin Atlantic flights, because Virgin Atlantic does do some flights from the U.S. to Manchester. Now, the second you understand why they won't do that, it makes perfect sense. Airline is owned by this company known as British fucking Airways. They're owned by this company known as, no, they're not owned. They're not owned by British fucking Airways. They're owned by IAG Cargo, which owns both British Airways and Aer Lingus, and Liberia, and IAG Cargo. Oh, IAG Cargo is not an airline. They own some cargo airline. And so now, it would make perfect sense why they not want to go, why IAG Cargo. It makes complete sense why IAG Cargo would not want to then book people on their biggest competitor, which is Virgin Atlantic. And that makes complete sense. That makes complete sense. All right. Are we beginning to get more and more daylight now? Any update on the visibility at Heathrow? Because the winds I can live with, But if it's low visibility environment, then we might have a slight issue. Actually, what's Vanson Radar look like? Yeah, ATC. Not yet. Alright, let's take a look here. Heathrow is looking very much like Heathrow. You have an A380 coming from LAX arriving. We have a Lufthansa going to Heathrow. Swiss. Okay. We have. Okay, they're off to Gatwick. Lufthansa going to Frankfurt. American 777 going Heathrow. Alright. Right, I need to know. Quickly close some of those tabs. I need to know, is the visibility for Heathrow any better than it was? That time 7:20, so that was half an hour ago. 6,000 visibility. It's improving. It's becoming broken 6. So it's becoming broken 6. How long can we hold for, and what is our alternate? That's the next question. How long can we hold for, and what is our alternate? And would slowing our speed down make any difference? If we were to go, if we were to reduce to Mach decimal 8.1, because it's 21.3, that's fine. That would slow us down by a whopping 3 minutes. Shit. Yeah, that's not an option. All right. I thought you said you only played it once. No, you're all good. Maybe. All right. Hold. Not only. We can hold for 2 hours. We can hold for an hour. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we can hold for an hour if we need to. You know, obviously we wouldn't do a flight beyond that, like what I usually do. If we had to hold for an hour, we could do that. Yeah, we'll get the updated METAR. But okay, it says we can hold for an hour and 55 minutes at Honolulu. That's at speed 220 knots. At roughly flight level 230, which is fine. That's fine. But that's an hour. We can hold for an hour. Cheers, my first game. That's why you're recommending it. That's why you're recommending it. It's because you won. Makes sense. Okay. What's an alternate? Officially, what we have filed is Belfast as an alternate. That ain't gonna happen. Dublin. What about alternate? What's the weather looking like at Eddie? What's the alternate looking like at Eddie? Not sure what's the weather looking at like at Eddie. I mean, if I have to cat 3 it, I will. Though I'm avoiding it at all costs. Eddie. Alright. Visibility at Eddie's pretty good. It's 999. Scattered 4,900. Wind variable 2 knots. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, that's not bad. That's better than a lot better than Heathrow. Yeah, we all love winning. Let's put it that way. We all love winning. So, I'm just trying to figure out here because the weather for Heathrow is not improving at the rate that I want it to. I mean, if it's becoming 600 feet visibility, okay. I mean, that is technically above minimums. Oh yeah, we all hate to lose. We all hate to lose. I don't know a single person who loves losing. I don't know a single person who loves losing. So, all right. But okay. So we can hold for an hour before we have to head up to Eddie. But we'll formally decide now that if the weather for Heathrow is not ideal, then we will make our way up to Eddie. We can formally decide that now. And we'll go up to Eddie instead of Belfast or Manchester or anywhere else because Eddie's far enough away to where the weather would be significantly different for us to be able to land in. But the second reason that I want to go to Eddie instead of any other airport is because I've done the Edinburgh approach plenty of times in a 777. So it's like I'm kind of familiar with it. And Eddie's just an overall nice airport to be at. Yeah, currently we'll say that our alternate is going to be Eddie, in case we need to. Alright. That morning right there. Yes, it is. It is. It means we are getting closer. Current time at Heathrow is 7:51. We should be actually. How far out? What? We are currently direct Meblin. You've joined us for a good moment because we only have about an hour, about 45 minutes before we're going to begin our descent. Now, before we do this, what's our zero fuel weight? What's our estimated landing weight? So what's our zero fuel weight and what's our estimated landing weight? Alright, I'm going to show you some stuff with the FMC here. Index. Init ref index performance. Zero fuel weight to this ZFW. That is that's all you need. That is 186.5. And add that to it. We go over to VNav. Tells us our estimated landing. Sorry, it tells us our fuel. So 21.1 6 7 207.6. That is technically below our maximum landing weight. That is technically below it, but we're most likely going to get radar vectored if ATC hops online, which it might not. There's not that many arrivals, comparatively speaking. But that is still right below our maximum landing weight. So, I mean, we are technically good, but we're only just barely. We're just barely good. I mean, we go any kind of shortcut, that's it. We'll be overweight landing. Our maximum landing weight is 208 tons. We're estimating our estimated landing weight is 207.6, which is nothing under trouble. I mean, that's nothing under trouble. I mean, that is the difference of like taxiing from like here to there. It's like I've taxied in on more fuel than that, right? And that's with engines barely spinning. So I've taxied in on way more fuel than that. So is my Discord crashing? So we'll begin our descent briefing in probably about go 40 minutes or so. Say first, estimating to land at Heathrow in the 777, just barely below my maximum landing weight. Alright. We need to get some good screenshots as we arrive into Irish airspace. Yeah. Is the net track working again? It is not. It is not. Wow. Nat track is probably going to be down for the entire day. That sucks. That sucks for everyone. So, yeah, we are ascending. That's not ideal. That's far from ideal. Alright, I'll wait about 3 minutes. We'll get the most recent METAR in about 3 minutes. Hopefully that will give enough time to finish getting issued. How do you wake up? I wake up with an alarm that. um. That's hilarious. Um. Well, I wake up with an alarm, but I also sleep during the mornings, right? So I'll sleep from like 7 a.m. through like noon or something. Like noon or even 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and yeah, and then that actually works out pretty well for me. Don't really even need to set any alarms. I just wake up naturally around that time. So. All right. Let's take a look and see if we got updated meter. We do not. Well, actually, we do, but it's not improved. We do have updated meter, but it's not improved. 100 degrees 7 knots. That's definitely. Well, on the bright side, I think we can throw in a 09 left for an ILS, but I mean. Yeah, I think we can throw in 09 left because that's never 09 right for Heathrow ever on Batson. But that's the wrong direction right there, unfortunately. That right there is the wrong Well, actually, it's not the wrong direction, but it's not moving fast enough. I mean, we'll get an updated METAR report in about 20-30 minutes or so, but I mean, not looking good. Not looking good. I mean, on the bright side, it's not zero visibility. I mean, on the bright side, it's not zero visibility. On the downside, it's only 400 feet of visibility. So that's not great. What's a funny joke? Oh. I've heard of a good funny jokes. I can't think of one right now. Right now, though. There's a. I can't think of any good ones right now. I guess I might be too far gone for the night, to be honest. Oh, that's a hard one. I can't think of any good jokes right now that I have. Oh dear. Oh dear, this is when you know I'm truly gone for the night. Actually, I feel fine. I feel fine and awake right now. I just can't think of a good joke. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. You have me stumped on that one, Louis. You have me stumped on that one, unfortunately. No clue. No clue, to be honest. I've got no clue. And if you want me to, I could go back to talking about the Enigma machine and Alan Turing. Sorry, Alan Turing. Sorry, Alan Turing. It's Turing, right? Let me just go ahead and pull up Flight Radar 24 real quickly. So if we can throw in, if we know the runway now, that would be beneficial. And yeah, that's. Yep, we definitely know the runway now. Oh, we definitely know the runway now. Yeah, that's. Sorry, Flight Radar 24 here. Yeah. That confirms it. That confirms it, unfortunately. Is Airline left day? Damn it. Is Airline left? Alright, departure ILS 09 left from Bovingdon, Bravo, November. We already have the new 2 hotel in. Execute that. There we go. Oh. Alright. What does that mean in terms of our... That does have... Well, actually, that does help us out. So, that tells me, just by putting that in, that it will be landing below a maximum 908 for certain. Okay. That's fine. Good. So I'm still trying to think of a good joke. What goes up never goes down, but not down the what goes up never goes down, but I can't read that anymore. What goes up never goes down, but not down the chimney up. That makes sense. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. Yes, it is my turn. And I can think of a really shitty political joke. That reveals all my political affiliations. What man's hairstyle looks like the modern day mustache man? Oh wait, I think that's not a joke. That's a real thing. That's a real thing now. Shit, damn it. I think. What aircraft? No, that's not a good one. No, that's more of a quiz question. That's not a good joke because it's completely true. Damn, I'm really drawing a blank on jokes right now. I'm sorry. It's like I'm like really drawing a blank on jokes right now. Trying to think of a good one. I'm sorry. I'm drawing a blank. I really am right now. I don't know. I don't know. I give up. I give up. Yeah. I got. You're joking. That's it. I'm missing something. Oh, Discord's shooting off. Oh dear. Oh, line is just fucked up massively. Oh dear. Sorry. Look. I'm looking. Look. Yes. Okay. Umbrella. What never goes down, but ah. What never goes down. Or what goes up never goes down, but not down the chimney up. Yeah. Okay, umbrella. With the latch thing. Is that a Mary Poppins reference? 'Cause I don't know. I don't know many of those. I'm sorry. Am I missing something? Am I missing something? My brain's fried clearly. This arrival into Heathrow might be a really bad arrival if my brain's shutting down this early. Oh dear. Okay, what goes up but not down? Or sorry, what goes up never goes down. But not down the chimney up, right? So it's not going down anyway, right? A chimney guy? One of those guys who works on chimneys? Whatever on earth they're called. Yeah, okay. So by you putting that in chat multiple times, you completely confuse me. You completely confuse me. Sorry, it's like, are you putting that in chat like multiple times? You completely confuse me. But there's something else to it. Yes. So umbrella goes down, right? I still don't get the joke. To be, oh dear, this might be a very, very. We might leave a crater. Our crater score might go up to 8 out of 16. Actually, it'll be 8 out of 18. Yeah, our my crater score this year might go up if I'm blinking this much. Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I'm an idiot when it comes to jokes. I'm a true idiot when it comes to jokes. I'm still trying to think of a good one. What makes software that doesn't work? There you go. Or sorry, what makes software that works, but not very well? This one's gonna be really. This is a really bad joke, by the way. What company makes software that works, that everyone uses, but actually I messed it up. What company makes software that everyone uses, that works, but it's shitty. This is a really, really shitty joke, by the way. I'm gonna warn you now. This is a really, really shitty one. This here is a really, really shitty joke. Because it's mostly true, actually. So it's mostly true, and it's going on real events that have been happening with this company for a while. And when I say everyone uses this company's software, a lot of, basically everyone. No, the toolbox. Microslop. So Microsoft/Microslop. Remember, a company that makes which company makes software that everyone uses that barely works. Microsoft. Because they're filling it with fucking AI. And no, I can't wait. I cannot wait for AI to delete all of our files. I cannot wait for them to include fucking Copilot in Windows, which is coming. Because in fucking File Explorer, I cannot wait for that to happen, and I cannot wait for it to delete all my fucking files, and for me to have to go back and find every single last bit of information via doing something else, via like Linux or something. All right, a pillow and a toolbox. To be honest, your answer is I like your answer better. I like your answer better. A pillow and a toolbox. Soft. Oh, you absolute bastard. You absolute bastard. Oh, you can shut yourself out now, please. Your answer is so much better than mine. Mine's quite serious and quite real. Yeah, you can show yourself out now, please. No, please don't. Stop. Oh, you. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Just got out-joked by someone that lives for 7,000 nautical miles away. Alright, now's a good time for some screenshots. Now's a good time for some screenshots, I think. I'm gonna need some more. Here's a lovely view of our aircraft. Lovely 777. Lovely 777. A lovely British Airways livery. So actually, I'm gonna reveal something to everyone now. And I've said it before on the channel, but in case no one's heard it, if you go to my channel homepage, and I'll pull it up so y'all don't have to leave the stream. If you go to my channel homepage, this photo here is of a Boeing 777. This here's a photo that I personally shot. This here was a Boeing 777-200 landing at my home airport of Baltimore. And this was holy shit! It's coming up to a year since I took this photo. It was May of last year when I took this photo. It's amazing. So, went to Baltimore, which is not the best place to plane spot because you get a lot of the same aircraft, unfortunately. Because Southwest pretty much owns like half the airport, so. Alright, let's see here. try to get it in the sunrise. That's not a bad one. That's not a bad one. Only, the main thing is that you only actually get a few minutes to take these screenshots. So, all right. We have. All right. So at Incur's kind of where we have to have our descent briefing, at the very least, begun. All right. Let's go ahead and sit up and begin to focus on this descent briefing. We don't need to begin it yet, but I mean, we do need to begin to pay a bit more attention to the aircraft. Unfortunately, because we are approaching our descent, we have roughly 70 minutes to touchdown. That's not factoring hold. That is not factoring in holds. So, we are going. Well, actually, we're gonna wait until we're at Incur. So we'll be at Incur in 20 minutes. If I'm doing my maths correctly, yes I am. We'll be at Incur in 20 minutes. And then at Incur, we will begin our descent briefing. Because by that point in time, we will surely have updated METAR and know if we are going to set up for a Cat 3 approach. If we need to, I'd rather hold than do a Cat 3 approach. We have plenty of fuel to hold. So, alright, I need to run to the restroom real quickly. I'll be back in a few moments. For now, enjoy some nice, wonderful views from Chase Plane. Alright, I have returned. And just for right now, in case I do decide to turn this into a video, I'll just go ahead and leave it on this view. Go ahead and do that for like another 5 minutes or so. In the meantime, absolutely gorgeous, if you ask me. Absolutely gorgeous, if you ask me. Gorgeous sunrise as usual. And it's made even better by the fact you can actually watch it happen. Alright. Yeah, for right now, just go ahead and leave that like that in case I do decide to turn this into a video. Ba-dum, ba-dum, boom, boom, ba-dum, bum. Yeah, we'll wait for updated METAR, but I mean, I'm like 95% certain that we're gonna get a Cat 3 approach. I mean, we'll set out for Cat 3. Though, if it turns into Cat 1, that's always preferable. But well, actually, what we could do, we do legitimately have another option. What we could do is we could set up for Cat 1. And if we don't get the runway in sight, what we could do is we could just be in the standard missed approach. And it's not like we don't have the fuel for it, right? We could just choose to be in the standard missed approach if we needed to. That is an option. Right. That is an option of right. Yeah. Yeah, we could set up for Cat 3 and yeah, actually that works out pretty well in my opinion, to be honest. Yeah, let's plan to do that. So we'll set up for Cat 3. Right. Or sorry, we'll set up for normal Cat 1 approach. And then if we fail to get the runway in sight in time, so by the time we get to our minimums, right, then what we can just do is we can just cancel approach clearance, go around, climb maintain 3000, turn direct Charlie Hotel Tango, which is and that right there is the standard missed approach for runways. So, oh, now that looks gorgeous. Yeah. Yeah. Horror car movie. I haven't seen any horror movies. That's though. I have seen a few. I've seen a good car movie though. Ford versus Ferrari. Ford versus Ferrari is a good one. I've seen Ford versus Ferrari. That's a good one. That's a good car movie. It's not a horror movie, but yeah. Yeah, Ford versus Ferrari. I mean, it's not a horror movie, but it's a good car movie. It might be the best. Yeah, I've never heard of that. Okay, here's a question. What's your favorite Marvel movie? I'll tell you now that mine, Iron Man 1's always good, but Endgame kind of wrapped everything together in a way. It's like I kind of do wish. Part of me that kind of wishes that Marvel had just ended the MCU at Endgame, because they wrapped it up in a nice, clean bow so well with Endgame. In case you kind of noticed, it's like they've kind of fucked it up since then. Go ahead and begin our descent briefing in a few minutes. We got 1 hour to touchdown now. 1 hour to touchdown. Yeah. 1 hour to touchdown. So, yeah. But anyway, what's your favorite Marvel movie? Because my favorite Marvel movie, either Iron Man 1, which is a good classic, or just Endgame. Did we ever change our squawk? Did we ever change our squawk? I feel like I might have forgotten that. We never did. Holy shit. Sorry. No, I cannot believe I completely forgot this. I cannot believe I completely forgot this. Mr. Julian Juliet, Auto ATC. How the fuck did I forget this during our startup? Holy. Squawk 7051. How the fuck did I forget that? Holy shit. Yeah, that's what happens when you don't get any ATC online. Alright. You know, I think now's a good time to begin our descent briefing, so the first thing we need to do... Ooh, we got tower! I love that! We got tower! Yay! No, I don't know that, controller. I don't think so. Alright. Oh shit. Visibility's worse. Oh, it's becoming broken 6. What the hell? Visibility now. Shit. All I want is a regular normal approach into Heathrow, please. All right. Well, it's becoming broken 6. So that's amazing. That's amazing. Here's what we'll do. We'll set up for Cat 1. Okay. We'll set up for Cat 1. Because it is becoming broken at 6. Oh, good. All good. Just in time for us to descend. Top descent is at 5:09, so actually in 20 minutes. 20 minutes until top descent. Hopefully, yeah. Yeah. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna prepare for a Cat 1. Because it's becoming broken at 6. At 6-0, it's becoming broken, which is what I want. But it's not there yet. And the visibility just made the wrong just went in the wrong direction. That's the wind is fine. Wind is actually perfect. It's 10036. So, but okay. All right. Time to show you how to set up the aircraft for descent briefing. So, when it comes to any good descent, well, first off, I know this one off the top of my head. So, first things first, we have to throw it in. And actually, first things first, before we even do that, we got to pick up ATIS. Com. Flight information. ATIS request. Heathrow. From VATSIM. And yeah, why not auto? Auto will ensure that we keep getting it. Information Alpha current time 7:50 Zulu. Automatic arrival runway 09 left, departure runway 09 right, transition level 70 delivery and ground close for start and taxi contact tower 118.505. Data link services are available. Surface wind 100 degrees 7 knots, visibility 600 meters. Overcast for temperature 02.07 QNH 1018. Are reminded that data link set clearances are not available for Compton departures. Acknowledge receipt of information alpha and advise aircraft type and series upon first contact with Heathrow. Alright. So just based on that, we get a lot of information that we need. First off, 09 left. That's what I predicted it would be, based on the winds, right? That's what real life is using. That's what VATSIM is using. It's 09 left. Okay. We are on the Nukra 2 hotel, arrival for Heathrow, which we already have in. Okay. We're going to plan to hold Hanalei, and then we're gonna go radar vectors, probably from Soppet, if I had to guess. Probably from Soppet would go radar vectors. Now, if center hops on, if control hops on the line, that would be amazing. So, I am hoping for control. Oh yeah. Okay. I have to wonder if we're about to get a control because. Oh, Luton's online. Holy shit! Luton's online. My goodness. What on earth? Fucking Luton's online. Holy. What's this traffic right in front of us? Oh. Not important. Alright, we are approaching the edge of Irish airspace. Alright. So we're going to set up for Cat 3, especially with it becoming, especially with the visibility getting better. Supposedly, anyway. Clear direct to Nukra. Clear direct to Nukra. I mean, we're going to hold anyway. Clear direct to Nukra. For Nukra 1 hotel. Sorry, for Nukra 2 hotel. Free throw. Alright, tower. So we'll go ahead and set our standby frequency. So tower is going to be 118.505. Alright, so QNH is going to be 1018 hectopascals. So switch that over to that because 1018. So as we pass 7,000, that's when we go ahead and switch over to standard pressure. Alright. Yeah, in about 10 minutes. So we'll begin our descent in about 15 minutes. We'll plan to hold Hunley one orbit. Yeah, we'll plan to hold at Hunley for one orbit.
Bravo 2.
Yeah, for the sake of us needing to, really. Because we're gonna get a direct waypoint. Well, actually, first weight right now is 111.1. I'd say as long as we descend early, as long as we flat the speed brakes up, we might be fine. Well, actually, no.
Dublin traffic, United 2 and
Actually, we
4.
can't do that.
Traffic
Sorry, we can't do that.
on
And here's the reason
SP1, you
why.
have no flight plan.
That's effective for Airbus aircraft.
Oh, thank you for letting us know. I thought I filed a flat plan.
I don't know it. Oh, I can hear it. Stuff's happening. No, I need to throw this headset on. These people are saying stuff and I'm not listening. And are about to begin our descent here in a few months. Yeah. Alright, so we'll go flaps 13 landing, so that's going to be 113.9. So that's going to be a... Damn, that's going to be a high-speed approach as well. That's not great either. That's not great. Uh-oh. That's not great. It's a flaps 13 landing, 144 knot final approach speed. Which may sound fast, but it's not. Oh, it is actually it's a little fast, but I mean, it's fine. Go flaps 30, final approach speed 144 knots. First weight now. Well, here's what I'm going to recommend. First off, we can cancel. Oh, did we already cancel the hold at Buffington? We did. Cancel the hold Buffington. No need to hold Buffington. Okay, no need to hold at Buffington. Alright. So we'll go high speed descent. Oh, no, I think what we'll do is we'll hold one orbit at Tobin. Or sorry, at Honolulu. Is what I'm thinking. We can hold for an hour and 52 minutes. So. I'll expect 10-minute delay into Heathrow today. Alright. I'm going to show you the descent here for Heathrow via the Nuclear 2 hotel. But I already know it off the top of my head, except I do it so often. Okay. So we start off Nugra, then we descend flight level 200, level Tobit, then we descend flight level 150, level Soppet, and then we descend flight level 70, level Bovington, Bravo, November. We are taking IELTS approach, runway 09 left from Bovington. Any update on... we'll get updated when we turn around the time we begin our descent. So we are going to dare prepare for ILS for a Cat 1 approach. If we don't get insight by the time we by 300 feet, which there's a warning, which it might not happen, it'll be an immediate go around, up in the hold, or we'll do a whole circuit around. Prepare for cat 3. That's what we'll do. Okay. I do have an aircraft 1,000 feet below us that I have to be aware of. Let me see them. I cannot see them. All right. Oh, Eddie's coming online now. Diversion is Eddie for today. All right. So on the borrow, it's going to be 279. So that gives us 200 feet off the ground before we have to have the runway in sight. That's 279. Alright. So borrow set 279. Here, let's get a descent checklist up, please. Yeah. Recall check. Notes. For notes, we have. Here, go ahead and write down this notes. Prepare myself. Just to remind me in case I forget. Alright.
Dublin traffic Ryanair 1 Foxtrot uniform lining up runway 28 right at November 2.
I don't know if you saw, but I did clap my hands. Alright. So notes. Go around. Cat 1. Alright, and then we'll go radar vectors after stop it. Alright, that's the second thing, and then hold Honolulu 1 orbit. So notes alright, taking a look at our descent briefing, or at our descent checklist here. Go around. We're doing Cat 1, so if we don't have the runway in sight by 279 feet, actually preferably at the time it says approaching minimums, then it'll be, and what we'll do is we'll initiate the go around. Right, it'll be straight out. It'll be straight to in case of go around, which we do need to note today. In case of go around, it is climb 3000, turn heading 035 degrees. Okay, contact ATC. Alright. I am alive. I am very much alive. Oh dear, oh dear. Let's get an arm. No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm hoping for a smooth arrival into Heathrow today. I'm not hoping for anything else. Alright. So for notes, we have preparing for Cat 1. If in case we don't get the runway in sight, we go radar. We will in case we don't get the runway in sight, we will turn. We'll go missed approach immediately. All right, going radar vectors after soppet and hold Honolulu 1 orbit, at least 1 orbit, by the way. Unless we're below it now, which we're not quite, but we might very well get below it. Alright. Notes checked. We need to do an auto brake. So if we were to pull up a sim brief, I think it'll be auto brake 2 for today. auto brake 1 works. Auto brake 1 works. Oh dear. Then we have Dublin right there. We have Dublin right there. Alright. Auto brake 1. Alright. Landing data. We have borrow 279. Flaps 30. Final approach speed going to be 144 knots. Check. With a reference speed of 139 knots. In approach briefing, we will descend to an altitude of 2,500 feet, if not mistaken. Yes, we will descend to an altitude of 2,500 feet. Intercept at about a 10-mile final. Okay. So, yep, that's what we'll do. Oh, good. Oh, good. Approach briefing completed. Sorry, descent briefing completed. Alright, tune that range down a little bit. Top descent is, for us, it's going to be in about 3 minutes because VNAV sucks. We're going to descend flight level 200, level Honolulu to hold Honolulu 1 orbit. That's going to be the plan. Our gross weight is going down, but we're actually, to be honest, we may very well land above our maximum landing weight, which I don't know how on earth I'm about to do that, but we're not going to do that. So we have to hold at Honolulu for most likely 1 orbit. All right. No, Grumpy's awake. Mr. Grump's awake. No, good for mine. All right, about to begin descent to Heathrow. Being stupid and prepping that one. All right. .209.7 is our is that so. All right. Let me look here if it's updated. It is updated. We do have updated meter now. 080 degrees 4 knots. So wind is fine. 500 meters visibility. Overcast 5. Temperature 7 to 0.7. H1 018. No, that's not the direction I was hoping for. That's not the direction I was hoping for. So at how long? Okay, how to create? I do think that it is below. I do think it is technically Cat 1 actually. Actually, we're gonna hold. So we're gonna. I may as well just continue this for a moment while I figure this out. So 3 mile final. $4.50. Actually, no, that's wrong. It'll be a 3 mile. So at 3 miles, we can get it. Okay. Yeah, I do think that this is actually still technically Cat 1. I think it'll be fine. Cat 1 at yeah, I do believe that it is Cat 1. So, I mean, so 500 meters visibility. That gives us 3 miles approximately visibility. So that, okay, so you have 1 mile final there, right? And you have so we have this. So around 1,000 feet is when it'll break out, hopefully. So, all right, that's fine. All right. Heathrow traffic speedbird 2 limit beginning descent now. Flight level 200. Now via the new credit to hotel. We are still above our maximum landing weight, so we need to hold at Hunley. We'll hold for approximately 1 orbit. Heathrow traffic. So. Yeah, based on my calculations, we'll be fine under Cat 1 actually. I mean, is it ideal? No, but under my calculations, it'll be fine. Well, you made it this far for descent. ETA for Heathrow probably in about 30 minutes, or probably in about 40 minutes actually. So we do have to hold 1 orbit. Actually, unless. Ah, there we go. There we go. That's the way to do it. That is the way to do it right there. That's the way to do it. Alright, let's go and brief the cabin, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, this is the captain speaking. In case you have not noticed, we have begun our descent into London Heathrow at this time. Just some arrival information for everyone. Just simply follow your way to from the terminal. Just follow the way. Just follow all the signs to. Oh dear. That doesn't work. That. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. At this time, we have begun our descent into London Heathrow. The current time is 9 o'clock Zulu. We expect to have everyone arrived at Heathrow in approximately an hour, or sorry, in approximately 40 minutes. We do have a slight departure, or we do have a slight arrival delay today just because of traffic, and we are a little bit above our maximum landing weight. Current weather at Heathrow is looking a little cloudy. I'm hoping the plane's not going to have to land itself, but it might.
Just traffic, American 1188 taking to
But anyway,
right.
in terms of weather, it looks overall relatively smooth arrival, aside from some light turbulence on the arrival for like the next 5 minutes. Anyway, let's sit back, relax, enjoy the landing. The current temperature outside is 7 degrees centigrade. Cabin crew 30 minutes to landing. Cabin crew 13 minutes, 30 minutes to landing. Alright, that sucked. That sucked. Not doing a very good job of briefing the captain. Oh dear, Grumps is across from me from Thompson. I see you. I see you, Grumps.
Manchester traffic, American 1182 departing 23 right on the Sony Romeo departure, American 1182.
Alright, we're gonna skip the hold, I think, because if we do this correctly, then what we'll do is yeah. We'll be able to skip the hold. I'm thinking. Yeah, we should be able to. Speed brakes out is actually working really well, to be honest. A lot better than I thought it would. So well, actually, to be honest, we can probably see the hold. $2087 now. So yeah, we can probably skip the hold, to be honest. And Heathrow traffic speed bird 2. I'm gonna skip the hold at Bobbing at Hunley. Turning now direct to Tobit, descending flight level 200, level Tobit. We are now below our maximum landing. Heathrow traffic. Level 200. 2087 now. In terms of our gross weight, that's fine. And Heathrow traffic speed 2, so it's going to go radar vectors after Westco for 09 left. Heathrow traffic. This is quite bumpy, not going to lie. Quite bumpy. Alright, we are down to 2085 now in terms of our gross weight. We need 208. We need it to get under 208. No, it'll be fine. Which will be no issue. we are now below our maximum landing weight, so it's fine. Alright, we are officially below our maximum landing weight. Our maximum landing weight is 208 tons. We are now at 208 tons, so we are now good. Clear direct summit. Heathrow traffic speed to limit jet. Turning now direct summit, descending now flight level 150 level summit. Heathrow traffic. I need someone to make me a 777 meal. I freaking love this thing. By my calculations, we have roughly 20 minutes to touchdown. Cabin crew, 20 minutes to touchdown. Cabin crew 20, 20 minutes to touchdown. Easy 2521, diverting to something due to a problem. Ship will take an extra 5 miles, so make sure you're Right, before I forget, let's go ahead and get all of our lights on. Right, now what we're going to do is we're going to shoot a radar vector off of Wesco. This is what I'm thinking. Traffic speed to Jet Heavy, turning now direct West Coast on the Libra 2 Hotel Route. Heathrow traffic. Alright, approach briefing. QNH, we'll set that. Not anything too insane. Heathrow traffic speed number 2, descending now flight level 120. Level West Coast. Heathrow traffic. Oh yeah, we're down. We're definitely going back. And Heathrow traffic speed number 2, reducing speed now to 80 knots. Heathrow traffic. Yes, Mr. Approach. It is climbed to 3,000. Turn heading of 136 degrees, if I'm not mistaken. 035 degrees. Actually, I wasn't close at all. Oh, Grumpy's in a good mood. Get a right turn heading of 170 degrees, I'm thinking. And Heathrow traffic speed number 2, it's going to leave West Coast with a heading of 170 degrees. And immediately upon leaving West Coast, we will descend to an altitude of 2,500 feet and increase our speed as well. Heathrow traffic.
Traffic easy 23 November Juliet, taking off 25, running 1 Bravo departure, London traffic.
Go speed 160, where we go. Go 170 degrees. Get approach tuning up. Good. Looks like we are number 2 for the runway right now. Yep. Alright, in a moment we'll get updated VTOL with Heathrow, but you know, it's no sig before, so I don't think it's going to be any different now. Alright, got roughly 30 miles, 30 track miles to touchdown. Speed now 240 knots. Americans holding. Call ourselves number 2, I think. Number 2. Cabin ready, noted. Standard pressure. Alright. Ether traffic, speedbird 2, limit at number 2 for 09 left. Just now altitude 2,500 feet, about a 10-mile base for Isles, runway 09 left. Heathrow traffic. Oh, you can't stay for like an extra 10 minutes because we're 10 minutes out. We're 10 minutes out. Yeah, that's a shame. Thanks for tuning in. And seriously, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for keeping me company for the past few hours. It's actually a very, very easy flight because of that. Going to reduce speed now to 20 knots. Go 150 degrees until established. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, limit turning out the heading of 150 degrees until established. ILS 09 left. Reducing speed now 200 knots until established. Heathrow traffic. Actually, it'll do it itself. Visibility appears to be fine, I think. Not quite. Alright, we can get some flaps away. Flaps up. Cabin crew, final call for landing. Cabin crew, final call for landing. Thank you. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, limit turning final now. ILS approach runway 09 left. Heathrow traffic. Actually, no. I'm not gonna gear that. More flaps, please. Approach checklist complete. Remember, if we don't see it by the time we get minimums, it's, you can always go around. Heathrow traffic, speedbird 2, limit right racing speed now 160 knots until 4 mile final. Switching tower now 118.505. Currently about 9 TB. Heathrow traffic. Actually, no. Shut up. Gear down. Last. Not yet. Damn it. I keep forgetting that.
Heathrow Tower, good morning. Virgin 9 Juliet, stand 316, 51,000 info Charlie. Request
Gear down,
to
green.
New York JFK S5.
Virgin 9 Juliet, good morning. Expect your clearance in text.
Roger that, Virgin 9 Juliet.
Heathrow Tower, very good morning. Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray and stand 523. We have information Charlie on board and we are on a safety 20, requesting a 5 clearance to Luxembourg.
Speedbird 53 Mike, right onto Bravo, hold Oster.
Right, Bravo, hold Oster, Speedbird 53 Mike.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, clearance to Luxembourg. Debt link 1 Juliet, squawk 7306.
Clear destination Luxembourg via the DAT on Juliet departure out of runway 09 right, scope 7306, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, correct.
Tower speedbird 2 limit right with you. 5 mile final. ILS 09 left.
2 stations at once.
Speedbird 2 limit right with you. 5 mile final. ILS 27 left. Sorry, 09 left.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, 09 left, the wind 080 degrees, 04 knots, clear to land.
Clear to land 09 left. Speedbird 2 limit right. Alright.
The other station, try again.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 193, requesting taxi.
Speedbird 193, taxi,
Yeah, I was about
Foxtrot,
right.
link 36, and join onto Echo, hold Echo 1.
Gears down, flaps
Taxi
full.
Foxtrot, link 36,
complete.
Echo, hold Echo 1, Speedbird 193.
1,000.
Speedbird 219 Vector, 534, push and start approved, face south.
Alright, last time we did this, we mocked it up.
096 Echo, 09 right, the wind 090 degrees, 05 knots, clear for take.
Approaching 09
I think that's
left.
it.
53 Mike, continue Bravo, link 53, hold November Bravo 11.
Alright.
Bravo, link 53, hold November Bravo 11, Speedbird 53 Mike.
My controls.
500.
LSLA 7878, taxi right Alpha, hold Dasso.
400.
Right off though.
Speedbird 7 ready for start.
300.
Speedbird 7, 553, push and start approved,
Approaching
face south.
minimum.
Continue approach, runway
Pushing
6 clear
face
to land.
Speedbird
And
7.
traffic on the runway.
Minimums.
Continue.
$100. 50. 40. 30.
Tower, good morning.
20.
Speedbird 45 Echo
10,
5, first tower,
5.
CLS 09 on left.
Speedbird 45 Echo Mike, good morning, continue approach
Nice.
09 left, your number 1.
Nice.
Continuing approach number 1, Speedbird 45 Echo 5.
That'll do. 1.24 Gs.
Tower Speedbird 5612. Sorry, the aircraft isn't moving at all. I'm gonna have to disconnect.
Roger.
Speedbird 3 Alpha Kilo, morning. Please report area navigation close.
Last station was unreadable, say again.
Auto brake off.
Speed brake 3 Alpha Kilo, good morning. Please report clearance destination Toulouse.
Roger, standby.
Speed break.
Speedbird 53 Mike from November Bravo 11, runway 09 right. The wind is 090 degrees, 05 knots, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 09 right, speedbird 53 Mike, thanks.
Speedbird 193, right turn Bravo, hold Oster.
Right turn Bravo, hold Oster, speedbird 193.
Speedbird 2 limit right, ready taxi descend.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, right onto Alpha, hold short Echo, expect stand 537.
Expect stand 537, right on Alpha, hold Echoes. Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Speedbird 45 Echo Mike, runway 09 left, the wind 090 degrees, 05 knots, clear to land.
Clear to land, 09 on left, speedbird 45, Echo Mike.
Shuttle 3 uniform requesting IFRC Manchester stand 552 information Charlie in the A390.
Runway 09 right behind.
Locked.
Welcome to Heathrow.
Alitalia 7878, line up and wait, runway 09 right.
Line up and wait, 09 on the right,
Heathrow, 37 ready for taxi.
Speedbird 7, hold position, hold call you.
He's trying to get ground control online, I think. He's got an influx of arrivals.
Speedbird 193, continue Bravo, link 53, hold November Bravo 11.
Continue Bravo, link 53, hold November Bravo 11, speedbird 193.
Speedbird 7, taxi right Bravo, hold Oster.
Right Bravo, hold us to Speedbird 7.
Speedbird 219 Victor, request taxi and require full length as well.
Speedbird 219 Victor, thank you, taxi Bravo, hold Vicus.
Speed break 3 Alpha Kilo. Can I start clearance for Toulouse?
Speedbird 3 Alpha Kilo, your clearance is in text if you check your vPilot client.
Yeah.
Shuttle 3 uniform stand 552 information Charlie in the A390 request clearance to Manchester.
Shuttle 3 uniform, welcome to the Madhouse. It's clearance to Manchester, Altib 1 Juliet, Squawk 2255.
Shuttle 3 uniform cleared Manchester, Squawk 2255, Altib 1 Juliet departure.
Shuttle 3 uniform correct, break, Alitalia 7878, runway 09 right, the wind is 090 degrees, 05 knots, cleared for takeoff.
Yeah, for takeoff, Alitalia 7878.
Speedbird 53 Mike, nothing further, monitor Unicron 122.8.
1228, speedbird 53 Mike, good morning.
Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet, at Echo, join on to taxiway Bravo, stand 537.
At Echo, join on Bravo, stand 537, Speedbird 2 Lima Juliet.
Speedbird 193 via November Bravo 11, line up and wait, runway 09 right.
Via November Bravo 11, line up and wait, speedbird 193.
Virgin 9 Juliet, stand 316, ready for pushback.
Stand by, Speedbird 7, continue Bravo, link 53, hold November Bravo 11.
Bravo, link 53, hold November Bravo 11, Speedbird 7.
Speedbird 219 Victor, give way to the company 350 from your left to right, then taxi link 53, hold November Bravo 11.
It's the company 350 left to right, link 53, hold November Bravo 11, speedbird 219 Victor, and about 3 or 4 minutes before we're ready.
Roger.
Heathrow ground, good morning, Speedbird 3, Golf Information Charlie, type A380-800, requesting Alpha clearance to Miami's files.
Stand by.
Speed break 3 Alpha Kilo. I read my full clearance.
Don't.
Speed break 3 Alpha Kilo. I'm clear for destination Toulouse off runway 04 right via 1 Juliet squawk 7537. Initial climb 6,000 feet and next frequency is 118505.
Oh, I love that.
Heathrow Tower, good morning, American 136 Heavy, 3,000 feet, and our final,
That's hilarious.
All stations have got to close, I'm afraid. The pilot quality is just shocking this morning. All stations monitor Unicom 122.8.
Enjoy the rest of your Sunday.
Enjoy.
Thank you so much, Virgin Manager.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 193, taking off runway 90 right, climbing ahead to London 2 near me, will then turn right at 220 degrees.
Heathrow traffic, American 136 Heavy, 7 mile final, runway 09 left.
Heathrow traffic, Speedbird 2, continue profit, stand 537. Oh
East
dear.
traffic, Speedbird 7 Loud Hill, we're sitting on the right.
Oh dear.
Heathrow traffic, Virgin Manager, Juliet stand 316, pushing back, facing east on Foxtrot.
Speedbird 171, please respect other aircraft around you. You can't just push in flying a silly approach.
I'm trying to land. 2 aircraft already got in front of me. I'm trying my best. Trust my friend. Thank you.
Yes, I know, but you have to follow procedures. You can't just push in.
I am following procedures. I'm not pushing in.
You went according to your flight plan. Have a look at it on that sim radar. I'm not arguing with you. Just do it.
Follow the actual approach, the published charts.
Traffic through 7, departing runway 09 on the right.
Gatwick traffic, Tomjet 9 Lima, November, pushing back, stand 22.
I will do engine number 1 check in.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 193 airborne, passing 2,200 feet for an initial of 6,000 feet.
Heathrow traffic, AirNott 3910, ILS 09 left with 8 miles.
Boom, boom.
Heathrow traffic speed 09 back to departing runway 09 right.
Oh dear.
Shuttle 3 uniform, stand 522, pushing back to the east.
Gatwick traffic, Condor 293, takeoff for the flight and bye bye.
Oh, dead on then. We're dead on. We are dead on.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 273, can I get a radio check?
5x5.
Roger.
Alright, parking brake set. Maybe you're trying to get.
Leader traffic through the 219 Victor, turning off on the Ultimate Juliet, not forward.
Taxi lights off. Very good parking, what I thought. The beacon's off. What's the damage? Surely it's gotta be a 10. Surely it's gotta be at least
Heathrow traffic AirNott 3910, short final, 3 miles, 09 left.
And it is. It is a 10, 170.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird
gram
8
made
Charlie
for
Heavy,
Airline.
established ILS 09 left, 10 miles.
We were a little delayed, almost borderline fine. However, that's only a bloody 10.
Tower traffic, Tomjet 9 at Lima, November. Taxiing to runway 08 right, taking Juliet all the way down and holding at Juliet 3, gap traffic.
Alright, let's watch Grumpy land.
Shuttle 3 inform Heathrow traffic, taxi Yankee right onto Alpha Hold, November Bravo 10.
Alright. Alright. So, that was a 10. That's good. That's good. Great touchdown under normal conditions. Max line deviation, perfect.
Heathrow traffic AirNott 391009 left vacated, taxiing to stand 242 via Alpha Bravo Lima.
Shuttle 3 inform via November Bravo 10, taking off from runway 09 right on the Ultimate Juliet's departure, Heathrow traffic.
Heathrow traffic, speed 179 established earlier, the runway 09 left, we are 10 miles out.
I so cannot believe what I heard.
Heathrow traffic, speedbird 8 Charlie Heavy, short final. ILS 09 left.
Alright. You're raising the age. Alright. Stroby's off. Alright. Well, I think, to be honest, I think I'm done for the day. Well, actually, yeah, I think I'm going to be done for the day today, guys, after that. Very, very funny, but very, very sad arrival. We were fine, guys. It's just like, the controller.
Speedbird 8 Charlie Heavy going around.
Great.
Heathrow traffic,
That's getting disconnected. I think that's gonna do it for me, to be honest. Yeah, pilot quality was shocking, according to the guy, which I understand. So. But anyway, that's gonna do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast, especially Seb. Thank you so much for Seb for helping out. We're gonna, I'm gonna, throughout the day today, or throughout the next few days, I'm gonna just like do a full complete test of everything there and everything with the website. I'll purchase the domain, and then I'll publish all the changes probably Friday. But anyway, that's going to do it for me. Thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a blast, and I'll see you all in the next one. So on.